Them guys on electric pole smoked him. Burn him up.
Roger that. Yeah, that shit ain't no joke.
Yeah. But them kids actually seen it, man. It was a bad deal.
Hell yeah, you go fucking with that shit, you gotta make sure you're not grounded. It finds that ground, it's gonna burn.
Kapow!
Blow your pinky toe off.
That would be a hell of a story.
Who are we blowing up?
The same way you started snake vision all over.
We was talking about lightning strikes and getting into power lines.
Yeah, restarted it. Now there's like noises. I don't know what the hell it is. It's all through the band.
What's going on there, Damon? There were a lot of comments on there earlier. I was looking at it. It's crazy.
There's that fucking retard Dirty Dirt motherfucker on there crying.
Damn, I had to turn the RF gain down. You were overloading the receive on this little thing.
Yeah, I'm doing a lot less than normal. I'm on my HR 2510 and my little Gray 400 on low. About 100.
Yeah, we'll be landing at 7:30, 100 hours, and got free peanuts. Mm-hmm.
I don't need to be checking out that high wattage all the time. Just talk to somebody down the street and whatnot, or just cross town. 150 watts, I think everybody could probably hear me on that.
Yeah, that's fair. That's what the Ward and the little RM does, is right around 150. So it does decent. This is an old 23 channel Cobra 29 I got. Came in today, $10.
Sounds good.
Even using the stock mic. Pots are a little dirty, and I found I was having a receive issue, and I found what it was. One of my jumper that was going to my radio, all the little solder points had come loose.
Oops.
Me and jumpers, I guess, we just don't get along.
You gotta get your solder gun out and resolder it.
Yeah, I'll do that later. That's not doing that time right now.
10-4.
Said you were talking on your president?
Yeah, HR 2510, yeah.
See, I saw you had brought that thing back out last time I was over there, but I guess I just hadn't heard you talk on it.
Yeah, I think I'm digging in my Emperor out, trying it out on this Gray 400.
Is it buried in the Closet of Wonders?
Yeah, it's in there in a plastic tub full of radio shit. I'm not quite sure which one, but it's in there somewhere.
All right. It's in there somewhere. If you need help finding it, let me know.
10-4, yeah, it's in the closet of Wonders.
Come on.
CB stuff.
I saw a on Facebook today a guy that had like a stack of 29s. It was like as tall as a wall, basically, of 29s.
I told them to keep them. I commented on that. One of them, I don't know how many people got them, but I commented on one of them, told them to keep them. So them guys with them strikers going to need a good radio.
Hell yeah.
Yeah. I screenshot it and sent it to my buddy and said, hey, look, it's me, and there's 6 months.
Oh, damn. Yeah. CB constantly buying.
Always. I also got a little Cobra 25, but I think I'm just going to order like a little faceplate for it, clean it up, maybe do a couple little things to it, see if I can sell it on Marketplace for, I don't know, 50, 60 bucks.
You need to sell that base station back on there.
Which base station?
On that Cobra 2000 years.
That's what I told him.
Yeah, no, I'm keeping that thing. Family and friends, girlfriend all pitched in to get that for me for my birthday.
Damn it. Yeah, somebody knew what they were doing. Cause goddamn, dude, that shit. I opened that up and I looked and I was, what the fuck?
Yeah, he showed me the videos. I was like, holy cow, what the hell?
Yeah, there's like wires twisted together, soldered, but no tape, no heat shrink. That shit back there on the final and shit. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh yeah, and then the switches are held in with a piece of freaking foam.
Alright, the foam is my fault because when it showed up, the switches fell in the bottom. So I put that under there to kind of like keep them up so I can actually get at them. So the foam is my fault since the switch holder was broken.
Damn it. Yeah, when I took that first top off and seen the screws were missing, there's a bunch of screws missing on that top plate, I knew something was going to be up.
What was the deal with the finals back there? Looks like somebody was putting the finals in and then stopped. Didn't finish the job or something.
No, it's that damn, that little board that's on the front of the final. Instead of, actually putting the damn thing together, they just twisted it together. There's a whole bunch of spots in there where they twisted shit together and soldered it. And hell, I started looking on the board. Dude, there's like resistors cut, soldered back together all through that motherfucker. It's like they were looking for a damn mod or something. Let's cut this, see what happens.
Damn it. It doesn't hurt to solder them back together, as long as you get a good connection, but I don't see any reason to be in there just cutting shit just to cut it.
I don't know, but the outside of the radio, that's pretty damn clean. I figured, hell, this ought to be a good radio. Until I got in there, god damn. I don't know. You could probably... It would take a lot of time to go through that shit and fix all that crap. But, I don't know. It'd take a little while.
Yeah, it's definitely a basket case. I was just happy at the fact that the frequency counter's not busted, because I know like a lot of frequency counters on that go haywire and they read all kinds of wonka jonk and whatever. So I was excited about that. I didn't really look at anything else.
Yeah, there were 105 different modifications for those radios, old Cobra 2000s. What they tried to do, there was a power mod, there was a super frequency mod, super modulation modification, and there were hundreds of mods for that. I wonder if they tried to do those mods and couldn't get them to work.
I don't know. All it is a 148 in the box.
Yeah, maybe they just had no idea what they were doing. Well, I guess that would be apparent at this point.
That's all that is, a bona fide 148.
You know, what's funny is I have a 148 sitting behind me too. It's out of alignment, and I got it for 20 bucks. I think it was 20 bucks, and it's out of line, and it's got switches on it for channels. Had a damn echo board sticking out the bottom.
Damn it.
That's why a bunch of them ended up, yeah, I think that radio just needs a realignment and a retune. This should be good to go.
Yeah, that channel kit that's in that base station, I seen that shit. It had like 2 small crystals, and then it had this fucking gigantic crystal.
Yeah, I saw that. It was, I wonder why it drifts so far.
Ain't no telling. It wasn't right on. I think the clarifier's unlocked. It'll move. But, yeah, I don't know. That channel kit and all that crap's probably got it all thrown off.
Probably. And it just needs some time, needs some effort, needs some money thrown at it.
Wonder what kind of channel kit it is. None of the old Expo channel kits, they used to come with a realignment in the instructions to get it all back online again, but I guess they didn't think that was important or something.
I still got some of them old channel kits. I think I got, I don't know, maybe 5, 6 of them. Some shit. I put one in a, what the hell was that, Cobra 29. They kept telling me, oh, you can't do uppers and lowers in a Cobra 29. It's either the uppers or the lowers. Shit, I took one of them channel kit deals, threw it in there, and that motherfucker got uppers and lowers.
Oh yeah, out of all the different channel kits, I like the Expos. They seem to be a little bit better built, and came with some really good instructions.
Yeah, I think them ones that, I don't remember, I think there's like a A plus, a B, there's like a blue box, purple, whatever, I don't remember, but I got quite a few of them. It's got the, I think they're out there on my bench. I've had them for fucking decades.
Oh yeah, I got a couple of them over here somewhere. Yeah, they were all color-coded and had a number letter code. You had to match it up to the main deal to find out what radio it worked on. So some of them actually said it, but I have a few that just had the code on it. I had to look them up.
Yeah, honestly, I wish that 148 didn't have channels in it. I'd be happy with it just kind of being stock and working.
He's got to do a little tweak on the VCO, and then they probably didn't go when they cut the clarifier. They probably didn't go in and realign it. You got to realign it to cut the clarifier. A lot of people didn't do that.
The 148, I think the clarifier is still intact. I don't think it goes anywhere. I know the clarifier on 2000 is open now, or cut or whatever.
28 needs much. If I remember, I had it over here one time, didn't I?
Yeah, you had it over there to look at it. It had the really loud, really annoying talkback in it at the time.
That's when I cut the talkback out of it, isn't it?
Yeah, I think you took it out, and I don't blame you because it was kind of annoying.
Yeah, I just think it needs a realignment, retune, and it should be a good radio.
Slowly gathering a pile of parts radios. I don't know what I'll use them for, but I'll use them for something eventually. Also, I sent you a text there, Damon.
Yeah, parts radios have become a thing. Sell them. Some of these guys are starting to get back into those retro radios. There's some techs that are putting them back together. They need the parts. They'll buy them.
Oh yeah, definitely. I kind of like talking on the older radios more than some of the newer ones. But maybe that's because I can get the older ones a little bit cheaper than some of them newer ones. You know, I had my AC up here, and I hooked it up, I think last time I was out here, right?
You did what now?
I drug my little portable air conditioning unit that was on wheels upstairs, and I hooked it up here, had it running.
Oh, yeah, did it cool it down?
Yeah, it was working great until the surge protector, little extra outlet, exploded and melted.
On the plug, or I guess, yeah, there's like a little protector thing on there. That on the plug to the air conditioner?
No, the one that was running all my stuff.
Oh crap! It was too much voltage for it.
Yeah, that was way too much. I got to get me a dedicated extension cord to run up here just for it, so that it's not drawing off everything.
Yeah, no fires, damn it, no fires.
Oh yeah, no, it wasn't a fire, but it exploded the freaking and it melted the plastic that where I presumed the fuse was. It was funny. I went to unplug something and a bunch of smoke came out. At first, I thought I just tripped the breaker.
Damn. How big is that air conditioner?
I don't know. Normal roll-around size?
Was it 8,000 BTU, 10,000, 15,000, 20,000 BTUs?
Hang on.
Oh, hell. Did he put that on a power strip?
Yeah, I ran it off a power strip before. No, wait, that was plugged directly into the wall.
Phew. They call him Sparky.
Well, I think I had been using it as a fan more than anything else. I hadn't actually using the air conditioning. But it was pretty impressive, I'm not gonna lie.
Damn it.
I'm good at breaking shit, that's for sure.
He called me a little bit earlier. There wasn't hardly anybody out here at the time. So he just said, screw it, went back in.
Oh, damn it. If it was earlier, we were down at the Paycom Center watching the Thunder game.
Oh, you wouldn't see it live?
No, because she got some tickets to watch it on the big screen there, like a big watch party thing.
Okay.
Yeah, it was fun. No, I'm not the biggest of the sports ball, but it was still kind of fun, so.
Was there a concession stand or food available?
Yeah, there was concession stands. They had the, like, stomp dancers or whatever you want to call them out on the court. And watched it all on the big Jumbotron, had a DJ. Kind of like it was, basically like it was a home game, but on a TV.
Damn, how much else set you back?
I don't know, I didn't pay for it. Actually, it was $20 to park, so it set me back $20.
Damn it, what'd you guys eat?
Concession stand food. She got that. It was like $47.
Ouch. Did you get 2 hot dogs and a Coke?
Actually, yeah. I didn't get the Coke.
What? Somebody stole your Coke?
No, I didn't even get one. It was 2 hot dogs, a chicken basket, some cotton candy, and a soda.
That was $47?
Yep.
Ouch.
Hey, you know, those places are like airports, man. They'll get you for all of it. We got some wheels done. I got new tires put on some wheels for putting on her car for our trip that we're doing this next week. So I get to put those on with some wheel spacers tomorrow.
That sounds exciting.
Always exciting around here, man. You don't follow racing at all, do you?
Follow who?
Racing, like NASCAR?
Watching cars go around in a circle.
Damn, that's right. I was gonna say Kyle Busch died, if you know who that is, the other day.
Who died?
Kyle Busch. He's a NASCAR Cup driver.
Damn. What happened to him?
Some sort of illness, I guess, just popped up and cleaned him out. He was pretty young, too. I think he was only in his 40s. It's really a tragedy, but I guess that's life, ain't it?
Oh, yeah. Yep, the only guarantee you really got in life is that you're gonna die.
Morbid. Well, anything, I probably know the answer, but anything new or exciting on your end?
Oh, shit, if anything exciting happened over here, I'd faint.
They got your AC fixed, didn't they?
Yeah, it was exactly what I thought it was. It was the thermostat wire. He's going to replace it. He just, right now, is kind of taped it back together and put some more tape over it to protect it from the water and whatnot and keep it from shorting. He's going to cut it back and put it in a box and then run it through the machine instead of outside the machine. And guys that put that thing in were idiots.
People that installed it didn't know shit from Shinora.
Oh, God, yeah, he was a drunken asshole.
Drunken and an asshole. Damn it.
Damn, you talking about old Gary first?
Oh, well, his type, yeah. Talking about the guy that installed our central air conditioner unit. He was a real dipshit. Yeah. I told him he's got to put it up on one of those stands, keep it up off the ground. He said nope. He put it in there, and it's so low that it filled full of water. We poured, I don't know, 100 gallons out of the damn the venting, the tube, the vent tube. It filled it full of water.
Damn it. Now, who could have seen that? Who could have seen that coming?
A lot of people looked at the two damn down spouts for the guttering in right there by where the air conditioner is. I don't know. It's been done right now, but yeah, he's a real dipstick.
10-4 on the dipstick. I feel like I got those that work. I'm glad that it's working now at least, and they're gonna come fix it, right?
Yeah, I knew it wasn't anything too bad. It had to be the controls. Although we did find out that the starter for the heater is out, but we don't have to worry about that for at least a couple of months.
Well, that's good. Well, if that's bad, but it's good that you can worry about it later. Just don't forget about it, come November.
Oh yeah, that would suck. But that heater we got there in the fireplace, it's run by natural gas. It'll heat the whole damn house. You put a fan in front of that sucker, you won't be able to stay in the living room there because it'll be freaking 85 degrees. But the rest of the house will be nice and cozy.
Well, yeah. I think I remember you telling me about that natural gas fireplace. I remember my mom had we had just a wood fireplace, and she'd get a good fire going and save hellacious amounts of money. I remember when we lost power and she had a fire going, and that's what was keeping us warm.
Yeah, wood's too expensive anymore, though. We thought about putting an insert in there, and make it into wood burning, but and we started looking at what it cost to have, a cord of wood or whatever delivered. Too expensive.
Oh, damn it. Yeah, well, everything gets so expensive these days, man.
Yeah, then you gotta do the care on a wood burning fireplace. You gotta have it cleaned out at least every couple of years. Even if you use those cleaning logs or whatever they are, you still gotta have them with chimney sweep come over and clean them up, or you get a chimney fire.
Yeah, that would be no bueno. That wouldn't be good at all.
Yeah, the place I lived there in Idaho, that was actually a good job to have. Most of the houses there, they were heated by wood. Most of them didn't have a central heat unit. A big fireplace and a couple of wood-burning, stoves around the house and stuff. Because out there you cut your own wood. State law said if it was laying on the ground on state land, you could cut it. Didn't cost you nothing, except for your time. But yeah, there were several chimney sweeps in that little town we lived in, and they made good money.
Oh yeah, I mean that's a good trade to have too, especially if it's common to have like all the wood burning fireplaces around. I mean it's definitely needed if it's around.
Yeah, you wouldn't do very good here in Oklahoma. But northern states, yeah, a lot of them houses, they just have wood-burning heat. And, yeah, you got to clean them out. I've saw a lot of houses where they didn't do that and burn half their house down.
And I don't think that's covered under insurance.
I'm not sure. But, man, yeah, fires suck. I wouldn't want that to happen. So, yeah. But our house, yeah, that we lived in there, it didn't have any central heat. There was a big old gigantic wood-burning stove in the living room, had a blower on it and all that stuff. And then there was one that ran off of propane in the bathroom. So you wouldn't get your, tootsies all cold when you sit on the old cold porcelain seat in there. And then the bedrooms all had a smaller little stoves in them.
Small little stoves or small little radiators kind of thing. Keep everything at least a little warm.
Oh yeah, that's the first thing I had to do when I got home from high school. Chop the wood. Got there and split a bunch of wood up and had a little red radio flyer wagon loaded up and haul it in the house.
I think when we had our fireplace, we had some logs that we got from our grandparents' place that they had come down from their trees and whatnot. So we just have to split them once in a while. I remember splitting them with my dad out there. That was hard work.
Now you chop enough of that wood, that'll put a couple of muscles on you.
I didn't chop that many.
Yeah, some of that old knotty wood, man, it's hard to split. Old axe hit that sucker and bounce off.
Ain't nothing like watching, an axe bounce back at you, right?
No, yeah, you learn to get out of the way.
Yeah, on the first or second hit. I'm freaking exhausted. I think I'm gonna go to bed. Tired.
Right, Joe, I wanted to count the sheep.
Yeah, I was able to be out here late enough it became tomorrow, but yeah, I'm going downstairs. I'm going to bed. I'll talk at y'all later. Y'all have a good one.
All right, click.
5 under the tube and everything high beam stop.
Mr. Whiskey. hoo. Hooty hoo.
Drink more coffee.
Yeah, more coffee.
Yeah, no, you're right. Good morning.
Morning,
Good morning, snowman. I heard you out there. Well, sounded like him anyway.
Somebody else watching something on TV and it catch you at work.
Heck yeah. Copy, boss.
I got a copy on you.
And a big old coffee cup.
No, you're right.
You got a copy on you?
Yeah, I got a copy.
What's your take on it?
doubt. No doubt about it. Wave a hand over, record driver. Waving a hand right back. Yeah. Boy, it's one of them mornings I just kind of laid there for a minute. Next thing I know, it was an hour later. Hell yeah. Damn, kind of threw my whole key off this morning. Usually I'm up around about 5, so I laid there. It was about 4:30, about 4:45, so I lay here a little bit. Next thing I know, it was almost 6 o'clock. That's about the way it was for me this morning. Some old bones kind of do that at times. Yeah, I woke up about 4 or something, had to go to the bathroom. That woke me up. And I said, oh, well, went and smoked me a cigarette and come back in. Damn, TV's catching me, I can guarantee it. Anyway. Yeah, that's better. I know about that getting up and going and tinkling in the night. Yeah, it kept me awake, so I just stayed up and so I've been watching YouTube ever since. Yeah, I got up there around about 6, came in there and fucked around, took my medicine, fired everything up, turned on the laptop TV, took all that shit, and then went there and made my coffee, and I think about 6:30 I started drinking coffee finally. Hell yeah. Then got tired in here watching stupid ass videos. Yeah, me too. Most of mine is UFC and stuff like that. People post goofy shit on Facebook and YouTube, and that's what I was kind of looking at. Yeah. Yeah, I got a little second cousin that popped in town last night. I think gonna try to come by today while they're in town for a while. Hell, I ain't seen them in probably 10 years, 9 years, something like that. Hell yeah. Hell, I've seen more of her than I have her mama in the last 30 years. That's about it, ain't it? Yeah. Well, her mama's kind of one of those, the next junkie from back in the day. Now she's got her nose up in the fucking air like she's above everybody since she quit all that shit. And she had married this one guy, had his own house and everything. Then she turned and fucked him out of it and divorced him and took his house from him. And me and her ex-husband were still pretty good friends. Like I told him, I said, fuck, he ain't done nothing wrong with me. I said, man, I don't know the whole details. I said, but that was some fucked up shit. I said, I just think she used your ass. Hell yeah. Especially when she was living in a fucking rundown trailer with a bunch of fucking biker meth head motherfuckers in South Texas. Yeah, that'll do it. Now she thinks she's an Avon lady. After she pulled that on him, she ain't talked to too many people in the family. Well, I still have till next Saturday to try to get everything out of this house. Hey, Roger. It's not really a whole lot of stuff. It's just more big stuff than anything. I hear you. Okay, well, I've got 30 plus years of accumulation of shit in this, man. If I had, at my age, if I had to move out here again, or move again, but... Yeah, I know that feeling, but mine's not really collection of my stuff. I got collection of my grandparents, my parents, and all kinds of stuff.
My family's owned this freaking house about 80 years.
Hey, Roger.
Well, since probably about 1949.
Yeah, well, this house wasn't even built then.
This one was built in 48.
Now, this one here is the same age as I am. It's only 2 months difference.
Hell yeah.
We're both 65 models.
There you go.
Yeah, just uncanny. We both built the same year, and I live on the same street now as I did growing up, just a mile over.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I think we're only about a year apart then.
Right. Oh, not young puppies out there in the yard.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I was born in November of 64.
Yeah, I was September 65. This is how she was born early in 64. So I'll fuck around her and call her my cougar.
There you go.
Now, my ex-wife was 2 years younger than me, and everybody thought she was robbing the cradle. But hell, I've been told I look like I'm in my mid-40s, and hell, I'm 60, so or early 40s, so hell, I'll take that as a compliment.
There you go. Nah, bad deal.
Well, when you come across people you hadn't seen in 20 years, and they look at you and say, damn, you still look the same, you ain't aged a bit. I mean, you're aging gracefully or something. I'm like, well, at least I know I'm doing something right.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
I said the goddamn paint job might look good on the truck, but boy, this motherfucker's wore out.
Yeah, tell me about it. I gotta have the kids do all my heavy lifting for me now.
Yeah, the old truck go down the road, the wheels wobbling, the drive shaft shakes.
I know that feeling.
I think it comes with the territory of beating yourself down trying to raise a family.
There you go.
Yeah, the way I look at least it made it. It made it long enough for me to get them all raised, and even one of my grandkids till he was about 5 here in the neighborhood and got their own place and stuff. She married her fiance and shit, they're doing great, but shit's all paid for. Hell, I did that for the time my youngest graduated high school, so that was a big factor.
Hell yeah.
So I'll be back around here in a minute. I gotta go get rid of some of this coffee. I've been over slamming down like a thirsty kitten.
All right, no problem.
much Taco Bell.
On that note, I'm doing good.
It wasn't me though. Yeah, I need to go check the drawers.
Arriba, 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 epa, epa, ándale, ándale.
Somebody let Speedy out.
Morning, 13.
Morning. Hope you're doing well this morning.
Yeah, just kind of laying around in the recliner.
I heard that. Just firing this stuff up, getting ready to run in the kitchen and get some coffee started.
I'm already sipping on mine.
Yeah, I'm kind of slacking this morning.
Of course, my morning started out at 4 something.
Well, technically mine started at 4:30, but I said, oh no, so rolled back over and went back to sleep. Said it's my day to sleep in.
Yeah, that's what I figured too. Everybody's still working. They gotta sleep in on that weekend.
Yep. So I stayed up and watched the Thunder till about third period and said I can't take this, so I'm going back to bed, or I'm going to sleep.
Yeah, don't blame you.
We got lightning out there somewhere?
Well, it sounds like. There's a little bleed over.
Let me bring up the map. Hold on.
Could be a little bleed over.
Nah, it's no bleed over. It was a crash. But my deal didn't pick it up, so it's got to be something way out there.
Yeah.
Yep, down towards Chickasha and out towards Weatherford. It pretty much went around us. Big blob is out there is northeast of us. Stillwater, Broken Arrow, Bristow, Henrietta. That's a big old blob too.
Heck yeah. I know I've been all over this state.
It's not moving. It's just sitting there. Anyway, let me jump out of here real quick and go get this coffee started. I'll be right back.
No doubt. I think I will grab me a cigarette outside.
GM4.
Hell yeah, come on. Oh, Roger, right on.
The professor is out there.
Yeah, I don't hear.
Why am I so lucky to get to here?
That's the guy.
I ain't heard him since the other morning when he went to work.
Alright, if you want to be that way. The one in Puerto Rico.
I don't hear no skip. I don't hear anything out there. Damn it. Guess I just slept right through all that rain. I seen it coming last night. It was almost here. And then I fell asleep.
Must have been in the city, because I only, let's see, it looks like I only got 3/10 of an inch.
So he just got enough to water the grass.
Enough to keep me from mowing.
Hell yeah, I got my sand ball. Now I'm just waiting on my sand.
What you making over there?
Bought one of them sand filters for the pool.
Now that makes sense.
I ain't ever used one, but apparently it's gonna be cheaper than using them damn filter cartridge things.
Yeah, see, I've never used the filter. I've always used just the sand.
That thing I found is them ionizer things. We had one in our pool years ago. It didn't cost very much. Now they're about $150.
Damn it. Yeah, I doubled with you at the beginning, but I've never done the saltwater pool either.
Well, ionizer shit does work. You just stick it in line with your filter doing. It ionizes the water and makes chlorine. You ain't got to put no chemicals in it.
Well, I'm not going to buy a pool to find out. Too much maintenance.
No, it actually worked. I tore it apart after we tore the pool down. It had 2 copper bars in there, like bus bar. But it did work. Hell, you go out there and you smell the chlorine coming off the water.
Interesting.
I can vouch for that shit working. I had one. I couldn't believe it at first either. I was like, well, how in the hell is that going to do? And it damn sure did.
Well, even at, what'd you say, $100-something to get one? That's way cheaper than buying chlorine right now.
Yeah, my old lady bought one of them bottles of the tablets. And it's just $5. Yeah, I don't know. I might have to figure something out. I can't believe it was on Amazon. How much they want for them? I was like, what the fuck? This copper must be real high.
Oh, it is. There's a reason why I haven't made a copper J pole yet. Damn thing would be like trying to put gold together.
Yeah, them damn slots in that damn sandball, that shit's little bitty ass freaking slots. I was wondering how they was gonna keep the sand in there.
Yeah, I've never looked in one.
It's got an actual water pump with an impeller on it. I don't know what it is, half horse or whatever. We got one at work, looks just like that. I was like, hell, I need to get one like that, and that's what this one is.
Why would you just have one at work? What are you doing over there with that?
You were going on through.
We work on motors.
Oh, I was thinking of, never mind.
Yeah, if it's got windings in it, electric motor, depends on what it is, we work on them.
Yeah, my brain was wrapped around the sand ball, not the damn motor. Haven't had my coffee yet. The Buffalo, good morning.
Morning.
Oh yeah. I guess this radio's gonna keep working, maybe. Maybe it'll work for another decade or so.
Well, it sounds good. Nice, clean audio, as always.
Yeah, it wigged out and dropped the final. I don't know. I guess, I don't know what the hell. Maybe it was just going bad already. I swapped it out. Everything's back to normal.
Well, I like the way it sounds right now.
Yeah, I know them haters yesterday, they liked it. I know them haters yesterday, they liked it.
There you go.
You gotta love them haters out there, come on.
Yeah, that fucking retard Dirky Dirt. That motherfucker was in my chat last night, ball bagging like a little bitch that he is.
What was he doing? Bitching and complaining?
He's crying about us talking on this channel and that we're tying it up, me, Scorpio, and all of us tie the channel up. And he's one of them fucking retards that, I guess he lives down there in Newcastle or Blanchard or some bullshit. He's up here every fucking morning running his cock holster.
Okay.
He's a fucking troll. He sucks at it. He tried to weasel his way into our, little circle or whatever we got going on here. He went and called Dr. Bob on the phone. He was like, man, this way a sob story and shit, and how he wanted to be friends and all this shit. Like, yeah, it's too late for all that, guy.
Guess nobody taught him as a youngster, when you burn your bridges, you can't go back.
No, you're right. So he just cries and whines all the fucking time there.
That's all right. I don't need more drama.
Really don't get out very good anyways.
That might explain why I probably never heard him.
Yeah, usually it was.
Yeah, that too.
Never fears, the buffalo's here.
I thought that was Underdog.
Yeah, got her under control.
There's no need to fear. Underdog is here.
That's right.
Have you seen the video going around of that guy they interviewed on Fox News? And he had a mask on.
No.
Yes, I guess it happened here yesterday or day before yesterday or something. They had this guy on there, he's bald-headed, but down there where his shirt was, you could zoom in on the motherfucker and you could see it was one of them realistic masks he had on. You could see his throat and that mask where it separated and shit. Yeah, this was on fucking Fox News.
I seen a still shot of that, and I didn't read the article. I didn't know what that was about, so now I guess I'm gonna have to go back and read it.
It looked like he had a hole or something in his throat, like he had a trach or something, but no, it was a fucking mask. I'm like, what the fuck?
What'd he do?
He's an imposter. I don't know. He looks like, there's an actual guy that looks like that. But I don't know, this motherfucker here, he had one of them damn realistic rubberized masks that looked real. They had to be that, because, yeah, it just fucked up. And they put this motherfucker on national TV.
And they wonder why there's no trust in the media.
There's a UK guy named Carl Vernon, V-E-R-N-O-N, or whatever it is. V-E-R-N-O-N, Carl. That guy's got it on his deal. He was talking about it yesterday. There's a whole bunch of them on there showing it. I watch that guy every now and then. He's always talking about that shit over in the UK, stuff over here.
Carl Vernon.
Yeah, on YouTube.
I'll look it up.
I'm getting sprinkled.
Well, from what I can tell from my window, it looks like the south is getting built up.
It's coming from the north now. It's spinning around.
So it is spinning. I mean, I looked at it on radar, and it just looked like it was just sitting still. I mean, a big blob is past us, but we got stuff coming up.
It's out west, it's coming from the north. We still got some shit coming up from the south, up the turnpike crap, but Yeah, she got the little spin right over.
Must be my radio. You key up and it sounds like you got a VFO whining in it.
It does. Yeah, this is my regular radio I talk on. It's got a VFO in it.
No, I think what it is you have yours, you got it so tight right now that it's just barely off, and it's causing that VFO wind up. It's causing it just it's there all the time in your own carrier. It's funny.
Yeah, it goes ring.
That time when you did the wind up, it went away.
No, damn.
Now turn the wind up off, and then well, I'll see if it still does it.
No doubt about it. That's off.
Yeah, now it's gone.
I know you're right. No doubt.
Man, that was a trip. I'm like, why do I keep hearing a squeal?
Hell yeah. Yeah, that other 959 I was on yesterday, that was my first one. It's all blued out before the blue thing was popular. That was a nightmare. That didn't have a VFO wind up, and the clarifier's unlocked on that one. I thought about putting it in there, but I was like, hell, fuck it, I'd just keep my clarifier unlocked so I can track on sideways.
I know you're right. Yeah, I don't know. I need to swap things around again, just to do something different, I guess. Put the 959 back in line and talk on it for a while. Now that I finally got this one working right. Damn, I'm getting bleed over. And if they stay keyed up long enough, I have to see where they're at. Now they're not going to key up.
Seeing all this shit about these UFO files they dump, I ain't looked at none of them. I seen the video about one of them, but I ain't checked all that shit out. Now they're saying Congress tripped out and all this crap. Hell, they've known about this crap before we did.
Yep, they've known about it since the 60s. So, News 9 showed about 6 or 7 of them last night. When I got home, 5 o'clock news, I think it was. And, same old crap, you know. It'll show a source, you know, a plane was following, and all of a sudden it just took off like a bat out of hell, like nothing he'd ever seen before. So, you know, it's just unidentified stuff. That's all it is. It doesn't show a damn UFO. It just shows, you know what you think of a UFO. It just shows light taking off, light speed.
The only thing I seen was that one where it looked like a balloon with some strings hanging off of it, and they apparently blew it up. But you couldn't really make anything out on that video. It was black and white, night vision.
I seen that one too, and I just, really, you're gonna call that a UFO? Looks like a Chinese weather balloon to me.
Yeah. And then there was 3 down by, like, racing across the water or something. I don't know. That's the only 2 I've seen.
Yep, well, there you go. X-Files.
They need to get rid of the illegal aliens around here. That's the ones I see all the time.
Well, you got Wendy. He's an alien.
I was hoping maybe since Trump signed that shit into law, executive order, to cut off all these illegals from banks and loans and everything. They cannot function in this country being illegal. So hopefully that'll drive a bunch of them out here.
Yeah. I mean, if you got a green card, more power to you. But just to enter illegally and do all these businesses and everything else, I agree. They should just cancel it all out. Do it the right way.
They need to revoke all that shit. The green cards, all of it. The anchor babies, take them all, get them out of here.
Well, I guess that's where we won't agree, because they're going through the right channels to try to get citizenship.
I'm not talking about the legit people. Dude, do you know how many fake ass fucking green cards there is out here? These fucking Biden and fucking Obama just handed them out like goddamn, like pieces of candy to all these motherfuckers.
You check it out, you got Russian women come to the United States have babies, but that way their babies be United States citizens even though they're from Russia. Come on.
Yeah, just open the catalog, pick you a Russian woman.
Well, that's what
Hell yeah.
the United States having the babies, and that way their babies are United States citizens, and then they're going back to Russia.
I have to agree with you on that. One of my high school buddies that I grew up with, he was a colonel in the Army, and he married someone from Russia. Had 2 sons, and then she just left.
I ain't got no problem with motherfuckers doing it legally. It's just all this fraud coming over here and trying to bring the bullshit you ran away from, trying to push it on us. All these illegals hiding out.
They're willing to fight for their country, so you know damn well they're not going to fight for us or their country because they're not standing up for their own goddamn country, so they're not going to stand up for the United States, so yeah, get them out of here, fuck them.
We got the same problem in our own country. You got these damn Californians fleeing California and coming here and trying to make it California.
They've been trying to do that up in Utah too, but it ain't working.
Cause them fucking retards pushing that democracy shit. That shit's communism. You can't tell them motherfuckers anything. Oh, our country's a democracy. It is not. They brainwashed all these fucktards. And what's fucked up, I mean, it's point blank, this is a republic, constitutional republic. But you even got old Trump talking about this is a democracy. It's like, what the fuck, dude? This is not a democracy.
Getting out radio check.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that motherfucker's been compromised. He's all buddy-buddy with Israel over old Netanyahu. Got him by the puppet strings. Just do my bidding for me. I wish you'd come over here and destroy this country. I think they need to do a regime change in Israel. This is what they need to do. They need to oust old Netanyahu.
Hell, whoever needs it, just out of the House of Representatives, get rid of all the old motherfuckers in the House of Representatives here. Shit. They need to be changing shit here so they worry about Israel.
Dude, Israel controls our government. That's what I'm saying. You gotta oust that shit. Get rid of it. Ban them from fucking having anything to do with this place over here. I don't even know why we're protecting them, because all them motherfuckers do is go around starting shit and killing everybody. You get rid of that bullshit, we won't have most of them problems.
That's a record. I've been saying that for years.
People are so fucking ate up with dumbass, they can't see the shit on their knees from the forest to the trees.
And then when they see it, what can we do? It is what it is. We can't do nothing about it because he won't fight for it. That's why. Okay.
They're gonna have nukes next week. Oh my God, what are we gonna do? And then next week comes around, oh my God, they're gonna have nukes in about 2 weeks. They probably already got a bunch of them. You hear that shit for 4 decades. They're gonna have it next week. They're gonna kill us all.
Oh, what can we do? It is what it is. What can we do? What you gonna do when they nuke you?
Yeah, they need to kick all them motherfuckers out over there and give that land back to the Palestinians. Give it back to the people that was there before that goddamn Israel and the U.S. came in there and fucked it all up. Let them kill each other. Once they kill off each other, we won't have that problem anymore. grocery stores just weighing out their shit. He's pissing them people off. He's showing people how bad they're getting ripped off at the store. Damn. 5 pounds of beef for $35. That's fucking crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy.
God damn. Beef chuck short ribs. There's says 3.30. Yeah, that's what it looks like. 3.30 pounds. $15.99 a pound. The motherfucker's got $52.77. God damn. You used to be able to get them for like $10, something like that.
Yeah, 9 or 10 bucks.
And even the sweet potatoes in the bag, it says 5 pounds. He put it on a scale, it's 4 pounds. This dude, I watched him the other day. He went into Walmart and they recalled all them hams. And fucking Walmart was still selling them. And he's like, ain't these on recall and y'all still selling them? That means y'all's getting 100% profit.
Damn it.
Yeah, this dude, he's blowing up everywhere, dude. He's went to Costco, Walmart, he went to all these stores. He brings the scales and a 1 ounce weight so he could show his scales are right. Dude, these fucking stores are ripping people off bigger than shit. Damn it, the cucumbers were a half ounce short. Well, shit adds up, man. It don't seem like much, but when they got that price tag per ounce or whatever, they're gaining a lot of freaking money doing that shit.
Yep. Well, if you notice, like I buy chicken patties. That's what I eat for lunch every day. The bag got smaller. You don't have as many patties, but yet you're still paying the same price.
Damn it, he put a bag of sugar on there, organic sugar in the raw. It said 6-pound bag. He put it on the scale, it weighed 5. They ripped you off almost a whole pound.
How the rich get richer.
Oh, it's an ounce off. Oh, that was at Costco. Yes, dude, they'd seen him in one store, they ran him out. I said, don't be doing that in here.
Can't give away the trade secret. Gotta be able to afford that mega yacht somehow.
Long hot dog wasn't a foot long.
Hell no. You got to bring a tape measure. I forget what the hell it was, that Subway shit, when they started in on them back in the day. It's supposed to have been a foot long, and I think they were only like 10 inches long or some shit.
Yep.
I ain't been to the Subway in a long time. Them motherfuckers are retarded anyways. It's like you'd ask for like roast beef or whatever, the meat crap, they'd give one container. And on the foot long, you're supposed to get 2 of them, one on each side, you know, but they'd take just one and spread it out.
Damn it. We ate there all the time when I was out in the field, but since I don't do that anymore, I haven't had it in 3 years.
Well, it costs too much now. I don't know what it... Somebody says like $20-something or I don't know, or about $40 or some crap for 2 subs.
Oh hell no, I wouldn't pay that. Plus I don't do a foot long, I always did the 6-inch one, but I always got the ham and cheese, so I think they were $5.99 with the drink and the chips.
Yeah, they don't have that anymore. Well, I think they do have something. I seen a commercial. Some kind of crap for $5. It's probably a 3-inch sub.
No shit. You get a sliver.
What the hell? Iranian terrorist arrested trying to assassinate Trump's daughter. Goddamn.
Well, apparently he wasn't a very good assassinationer. That'd be an assassin. He must have been the lower part of the class in the assassination class.
Well, they probably knew about it the whole time.
Well, these dumbasses get online and start asking questions, and that's how they get pinged. You better come here with all your shit together before you try to assassinate somebody.
Did you see that shit on the news about that umpire and that coach hitting on each other?
No.
It was on Channel 4. I was watching that, and they just like blatantly, that coach started hitting him. Well, that fucking umpire guy slapped that dude in the face. So he started punching him in the face, but they didn't say anything about that on the news. They just, what's this disgrace, the coach attacking him like that. Like, motherfuckers, we just seen it. The umpire slapped him in the face.
Did they show the slap, or did they just show him punching him in the face?
Well, they showed the whole thing. It's right there at the very beginning of it. That umpire went and slapped that dude in the face, and that guy's like, what the fuck? And then went and punched him right in the face. The coach did. And then now they're saying that coach assaulted the umpire. Well, the motherfucker slapped him first, but they didn't say anything about that on the news. They just like blowed it off like it didn't even happen. But they showed it to us on TV.
That's kind of like the lady that ran over the cop. You know, never mind the fact that she was going to hit him. She tried running him over. That cop shouldn't have tried to kill her. Or did kill her, you know what I'm saying. They're trying to play the narrative on that. Him up, slapped him. He started it.
Yeah, it was on the news yesterday, I think. Yeah, you can probably go to Channel 4's website and look at it. They probably still got it on there.
What they'll say is, it was just a slap. The coach shouldn't have punched him.
Well, that umpire shouldn't have laid hands on him. You lay hands on somebody, you're subject to get fucking hit back.
There you go. Oh wait, he slapped me. I guess I gotta slap him. And then when he punches me, I can punch him. Come on, folks.
Found it on YouTube. One of the comments is like, looks like the umpire slapped the guy first. Well, he did. It's right there on video, but I don't know. Yeah, that shit's crazy.
We just live in an upside-down world. I'm convinced of it.
Yeah, this is why we spin around and around, so we go around upside down, upright, upside down. See, right now, we could be on our heads right now.
This is what happens when you give participation awards out.
I know you're right.
That was some nice fuzzy audio.
What the heck was that?
Someone with audio issues. Man, I bit my damn tongue yesterday and that thing still hurts. I'll be back. I'm gonna go find my phone. Look at this video.
Okie doke. Come on back now. Say we ought to have build us a goddamn arena, have a goddamn barbecue and ice cream. If we don't like each other getting the goddamn wrestling and have it out with a big old boxing glove. Come on.
What the hell?
I don't know what that was.
You gotta back off that mic. He's like...
Damn it, man.
You talk so damn fast.
You're like eating the mic. It's like messed up. Hell, that radio's loud enough, you can just talk into it and it'll be just fine.
About 6 inches away, come on. Use your inside voice. You got your outside voice on screen. I said we ought to have a dinner. Then a guy wrestling in the middle of the yard, put on big old boxing gloves, have it out the way they don't like each other, have some ice cream and dinner. Come on. And I got brisket, so I'm good. barbecue brisket, kebab. Yeah, they probably ripped me off because it was $60. No, that's about right for your brisket. You have got to realize, I've been in Louisiana for about 12 years. I've only been back here for 2. I just want my radio to sound like 1378. That's what mine sound good, clear, get out, yep. Nick acted like we were going to spread these apart yesterday and lay them out on the trailer. You can see that didn't happen. Sure, I usually do.
No, James said no, I'm supposed to stack them. Don't even look like they're sitting in the right, I mean, you know, together good. No, this is a rough ride.
There's a bunch of people in the comments about that umpire deal. Said the umpire swung first. And then we got a bunch of PDS motherfuckers in here blaming Trump for that.
It's Trump's fault.
Trump's fault. The umpire got his ass beat.
Russia. Don't hear much about that Ukraine-Russia war no more.
I think that their own people are against Putin. I think that's what's going on. I think Russia's wanting Putin out.
Well, I thought Putin died.
You don't hear nothing about Russia. You don't hear nothing about Ukraine or none of that. That's on the back burner. For a while, it's, oh, we stand with Ukraine. Oh my goodness.
And so we got this shit now, and we don't stand with Ukraine.
Well, there you go, Seminole, Oklahoma.
What, that earthquake?
What about Seminole, Oklahoma?
That's where this happened, the coach and the umpire.
everybody's asking why didn't the umpire get arrested? Because he slapped him first.
That's right. Man, that coach shouldn't have been jailed.
Yeah, and base slaps are free.
That's home base.
Brother said the umpire needs to learn how to fight.
Well, you need to keep your hands off each other unless they want to get their ass whipped, not go to jail. Put your hands on me, you give me a chance to whip that ass. Why should I go to jail? You touch me first.
Remember, oh, well, the coach started it when he pushed his belly into the umpire. Well, I don't know about all that, but he shouldn't have slapped the guy, and he wouldn't have got punched in the face.
The guy pushed me with his shoulder and I punched him.
Yep, the umpire swatted at him. So, I don't understand why the coach is in jail.
False arrest. Big focus guys.
Of course, they're all piling on against the coach, saying the coach has had, numerous encounters with other umpires, and that he's a hothead, and yada, yada, yada. Well, the umpire shouldn't have swatted at him. He should have just held his composure. They already ejected him. But instead, they said, oh, it was self-defense. The guy was charging at him. Well, no, he wasn't.
They do that kind of shit all the time in fucking in big league basketball. So what's the difference in the league? Listen, come on.
That's right.
They do it in the big leagues. They do it in the small leagues. It's no different here. It's just you got slapped. You keep it damn dirty around by the speed, and they're not supposed to do that, but they do it. My court now.
Man, somebody has some horrible audio.
Come to work.
I don't know, but in the comments, there sure is a lot of retarded-ass Democrats in there crying about Trump. I don't know where they get Trump in all this shit.
Come to work, you might as well get that truck up.
Got that Trump syndrome.
Well, I told him, one of them put, oh, there's MAGA comments. I said, would you prefer communist comments with a little bit of your TDS?
Any conversation anymore at all leads to politics. I don't get it. I really don't. Anything you read leads into politics.
It was retarded. I mean, hell, we hear it on the radio. It's Trump's fault. Trump this, Trump that, da-da-da-da. There's motherfuckers everywhere like that. They got brainwashed by watching that goddamn fake-ass media shit and online, reading all that communist crap, and this brain rot.
They're addicted to the Kool-Aid.
They're addicted to something. I mean, I got a cousin that's that way every day posting about Trump. One of the ladies I talk to, blah, blah, California, every day it's about Trump. I'm like, damn, you guys not have a life.
I've got an ex-university professor. Every day, I guess they're retired, they get on there, they're attacking Trump.
Yes. Like a while back, it was all about Russia, Vladimir Putin, he's wham. It had of all kinds of motherfuckers going nuts.
Morning, 3939. Wimpy.
Good morning, 747. Good morning, everybody.
Good morning, Gunslinger. Good to hear you out there. We're at one thing today. We're going to get on that Cobra, try to finish it.
Hey, ready?
Good morning, Scorpio, Wimpy.
That should be an easy one to do.
Good morning, 1378, and the rest of the gang out there.
Yeah, that Cobra should go pretty quick. Just check it out. That should be done.
Roger. Yeah, we'll get on that.
Damn. They found an iron cube inside a 60 million year old piece of coal. And they can't explain it.
Sorry, keep it.
You up on each other, so no one caught none of that.
Yep, you two doubled. There's one big blob.
They found an iron cube inside some piece of coal. They said it was 60 million years old.
Damn it.
How did that get there?
Because they've lied to us. They've lied to us about our existence here.
Oh, I know. It's like, oh, they found some Roman road, and if you look at it, the Roman road is like 18 feet below the surface. I'm like, what the hell?
Good morning, Scorpio.
Good morning, Charlie Delta.
Yep. Yeah, get me some coffee. I'll be the bell.
There's all kinds of stuff out there they've discovered that makes you wonder who all was here earlier, millions of years ago.
The dinosaurs.
Aliens?
Well, they had company, I think.
Well, hell, it's like the dinosaurs, and we had giants all the way up to 1890 something till they killed them all.
Roger. You remember back earlier when the dinosaurs roamed, we had a greater amount of oxygen in the atmosphere. That's why everything was bigger, plants and animals.
Well, we plant more trees, we have better oxygen, and our plants would do better, and we would do better if we plant more trees and put better oxygen back on our planet.
No doubt, that's what I'm just talking about. You plant more trees, let's not destroy the ecosystem.
Well, that's what we're doing.
I know you're right, we are destroying it, but we got to stop.
Alright, that's it. I'm going to build me a time machine. I'm going back.
Roger. Okay, well, be sure and take care of all these problems once you get back there.
Yeah, if I come back, the richest man in the world.
Me, I'm going back to 1889. Come on, I'm a gunslinger. 244, 1889.
Well, that's a hazardous occupation.
Yeah, well, they're going to need to stop doing that geoengineering shit. Stop fucking with shit. Quit trying to play God.
Roger. Yeah, well, there's too many trying to do that out there.
Wouldn't you like to be cloned, Snake?
No.
Call me up and I'm gone and I don't know it and have, there you go. But it still ain't gonna know what you knew, so you know if they phone you or not, it's still not gonna know what you knew.
That's right. Well, I suppose before the heat kicks up, I need to get out in the garage and take that rear tire off so I can make sure those wheels aren't going to hit the calipers.
Put a spacer.
Well, and I may have to. That's what I want to make sure. some people are using, 3mm spacers, and some aren't. We'll see. I mean, the claim is it doesn't hit. So, we'll see. I mean, they said 1 LE car with Brembo brakes, and that's what I got, and it'll clear it.
If it rubs, just grind it down.
Well, they do that too, and I don't want to do that. It's just the ear. I mean, it's not going to hurt it, but I'll know it. I don't want to do that.
If it revs, it's not free rolling, so yeah, it can't be good on it.
Showers on and off, thunderstorms tonight.
Roger. I guess, as you know, once we get a few more weeks along, it's all of a sudden, boom, all that's going to stop.
That's right.
I'm happy for the people in the Panhandle. I guess you've heard the news. Some community up there hadn't had any rain in months and months. Suddenly they got, I don't know, maybe a half inch or an inch of rain.
Yeah, I'm all for the West getting some rain. They need it bad. Of course, we did too, but, you know, I'm glad this was a soaker and not a one of those torrential downpours that don't do a damn thing.
Roger. Yeah, they were probably out there dancing in the rain.
Well, good morning, whoever that was, 1378. I'm waiting. TN4, well, you have a wonderful weekend, 1378 out here in the big metropolis of Mustang. I'll see you.
This motherfucker's putting muffler clamps on the handrail so they can't skateboard down it.
Hope somebody doesn't get hurt.
No blowouts, no burned up hubs, no lost loads. Yeah, we're doing all right.
There's a guy on Truck CD sales selling 3,000 amps, $3,500 a piece. That's cheap.
Well, I enjoyed that DX yesterday. You got 747. Get quiet out there. I guess everybody ran out of coffee at once. Okay. That sounded like the old pocket comb across the mic grill trick. Mercy. On that note, I think I'll go get a refill. I'll be right back.
Hell, I had to go get me a cigarette. Your job me is drinking and driving. I've been drinking and smoking.
Radio check, radio check.
Your radio is working.
We might get rain. You had to do it real fast, huh?
Roger that. And where have all the angry voices gone? I'm on a water pump if you're out there. Maybe we'll get some more DX in there. still out there? Guess not.
Yeah, Scorpio says they redid my antenna. Hell, I'm getting better received now.
Roger that, Gunslinger. Yeah, I hear you, but not real good.
Hey, fully Roger.
But you had that problem earlier that you got fixed, you said?
Fully Roger.
I'm happy for you got that all straightened out, and I guess your radio's undamaged.
Fully Roger.
You heard me testing the 959 yesterday, I guess, didn't you?
Fully Roger.
I trust it sounded good to you.
Fully Roger.
I was told it sounded better with my handheld D104 compared to that RK56 I had on it, so I guess you heard this, both of them.
Hey, Roger. I never hooked it up.
If you're going south, it was all backed up down there south Norman, had a car in the bed.
I didn't quite catch all that.
No, when I left.
Hello.
I said that's brand new, never hooked it up. You're the first one to hook it up and talk on it.
Roger. With that new radio smell.
You can tell it's brand new when I pulled it right out of the package and brought it to you right out of the package.
Roger that. Previously untouched by human hands. I think you said something about the switch broke in that one that you got.
Oh, Roger.
Well, we can put another switch in here one of these days.
Yeah, lucky I got a mercy cut-off switch.
Roger. I guess you talked about rearranging your equipment in there, and maybe you already did.
No, I've been thinking about it. Now I'm going to rearrange it. I think I'm going to take my top and make a flip top out of it. When I put my radio off, I can just flip my top open and get to the wire. Come on.
Roger that.
Still have to unhook everything and all that. Yeah, do it a little better, a little professional. I got it fixed where it don't take very long if you know what you're doing to take all this out of here.
Roger that.
The cutting and all that, yeah. But the only thing is you got to disassemble everything just to get the cabinet out.
Roger.
But it's still pretty solid though, you know. It does its job. It looks good.
That's what we like to hear.
Well, I did everything didn't go, it cut no corners. I went all out, make sure I hooked everything with fuses, solder, wire, and all that, make sure it's done correct.
Roger, that's what I'm talking about.
And you don't see all them wires hanging everywhere because they're inside that box, so yeah, it looks pretty good.
Roger that. That's cool. I mean, how impatient some people in the world can be. I mean, I'm not talking about anybody on the channel, but you know how people are in general.
Hey, for you, Roger. Yeah, when I talk about certain stuff, I'm usually talking about in general, not people on the radio, just people in general.
Roger that, yeah, absolutely.
It's like when I say y'all don't teach your kids nothing, I'm talking about parents in general, because they don't teach your kids how to read, write, so yeah, I'm talking about everybody in general.
No doubt about it. Yeah, the Kool-Aid drinking masses out there.
I don't mind a little Kool-Aid every once in a while. I don't mind a glass of Kool-Aid. But I ain't had none in years, though.
Roger.
It's like the only time I have a beer or mixed drink is when I go up there and meet my nephew. I usually either have a beer or have a drink with him, and that's about, and then I go.
Roger. Well, you sound loud and proud. I guess maybe you've got in that certain parking spot, plus you might have flipped a switch.
No, I'm glad you said something. I need to start my truck. I'm in my Cubby.
Roger that. Yeah, you sound good.
Hey, appreciate it. Yeah, my beepers are going out. Tell me to start my truck.
Roger. Yeah, you're putting that S meter over about the middle, close to 9.
Hey, for you, Roger. I guess it's a radio to do this job.
Okay.
Well, it takes people, I guess, who really knows what they're doing, to make that radio good. And then, it's like I was at the CB shop. This guy had brought in a radio, and he couldn't figure out why his low side wasn't working on sideband where he blew the finals out of it.
Roger that.
I did learn some at the CB shop, though. Some of these trucks has got some of these, like, I don't know, servo protectors in it, and they're blowing these CBs up. They're blowing the finals in the radio because they got these servo protectors in these new trucks. Come on.
Because they got what in the new truck?
Servo protectors.
Roger.
So the radio, when they get that surge, they're blowing the finals in the radios in these new trucks.
Roger that. Mercy, well, maybe somebody will get all that worked out so it stops happening.
So that's the reason why some of these trucks is not running CB, because they're blowing the finals in the radios, because these new trucks got some kind of a servo protectors in these trucks because all the electronics and automatic. Come on.
Roger on the protection circuits.
I didn't know that either, but I learned something off this truck that I was just the other day when I was at the CB shop.
So it's the protection circuit is disconnecting the antenna or something so that the RF does not adversely affect the computers in there, or what's it doing?
I don't know what it's doing, but they put a CB in it, and it's blowing the finals in the radios because of the protection in the trucks. Come on.
Roger, it sounds like it's disconnecting the RF in there to protect the computers, which, yeah, that would cause a lot of reflected energy and blow the finals out.
Goes well, but so that's, I did learn something the other day, the reason why some of these trucks are not running the CBs because they can't run them.
Roger, absolutely, yeah. And of course the big trucks, I guess they will pre-installed coax for CB in them, but I think they don't put a solid piece of coax in there. I think there's various connectors, and inevitably it's not a very good connection, and most drivers who run a CB, they just bypass that.
So anyway, I did learn all that the other day at the truck stop. Reason why some of them not running it because of the protection in the semis blows the funnels in the radios.
Roger, yeah, I copy that, but even before the protection circuits, I think they had, sometimes they pre-installed the coax in there at the factory and it didn't do a very good job, and most drivers just bypassed that to begin with.
Hey, before you run it, you did bypass it and run their own coax and antenna.
Roger.
Well, I learned something every day. Every once in a while, I do pick up some, some news and learn something.
Roger, yeah, there's always something more to be learned.
Sometimes you sit back and just listen, you learn something.
Absolutely, yeah.
But there is one more thing I want to do to my truck. I know I got new coax. It ain't but a couple months old. I want to get a thicker coax.
Roger, yeah. Yeah, I guess right now, are you running RG58 coax in your truck?
Just a regular, that thin CB cable.
Just a real small stuff?
Yeah, Roger.
Well, I would recommend you at least upgrade to RG8X, which is kind of medium size, and it can handle, I think, 1,000 watts or something like that. It's plenty good. It's instead of running a completely fat coax, but I guess you'll do whatever you decide to do.
Well, whether I can run, upgrade to a thicker cable, I'm not looking to, overdo it, but yeah, a little thicker, a little bigger. I can get out, I guess you handle more, better receive, get out on it.
Roger that. Like in my mobile mic out there where I got the one I got the CB in, I got that gray coax, which is RG8X, and it's been in there for a lot of years, and yes, but anyway.
That's what mine is. That's that regular CB cable, but it's gray. Come on.
Roger. Anyway, it's probably about the physical size of RG59, which that's the wrong stuff. 75 ohms, you don't want it, but anyway, in terms of the size of it, I think it's about the same size as that on the outside diameter. But I've just got, for my base, I do have that fat coax, RGU, and some of it's not new at all. It was years old when I got it. I think the ham operator had used it, but anyway, I guess it's still good.
The only thing I ain't looking forward to doing is changing it out, because then I got to tear out my whole driver's side. I got to tear out my whole floorboard, back seat, all that, because I got that cable run through the back of my truck. Inside my cab, down behind my back seat, down through my door panel. Oh yeah, I got to tear my whole driver's side apart.
Roger. Well, that doesn't sound like fun at all.
Now I got to open my door up, pop my fuse panel, and run the cable tear off a little panel outside my door here, by my foot pedal. I take that out, take the fuse cap off, run it right up there, yeah.
Roger, mercy. Now, I got my coax running through the bottom of the passenger compartment. You know how they've got those rubber plugs or plastic plugs in the bottom there. I drilled a hole in one of them to run the coax through it, and resealing it later. But once I had the coax run through it, then I put an end on it, to connect back there. But anyway.
Oh hell no! I gotta take my door foot panels off, back door foot panel off. I gotta take my front door panel off.
Roger. Sound like you got a path figured out for your coax where it won't get damaged or mashed or anything.
Oh hell, I already did it twice already.
Oh, Roger.
Well, I said I helped do it, yeah.
concerned about trying to keep it out of harm's way on mine. That's what I did. I run it down through the bottom of the passenger compartment back toward the bed.
That's what I said. Look, I said, look, listen, I don't want to fuck with it. I want to fuck with it. So yeah, we did it this way. Yeah, it took a little bit to get it done, but yeah, it was done. So first I was at mounted antenna, so yeah, I had to run that way, and then I changed it to this antenna. So yeah, now I'll do it one more time and change the coax, and that should be the last time for a few years. Come on.
Roger that. Yeah, and when I got done, about the last thing I did was I shot some silicone rubber around that inside there to reseal it.
Hey, Roger.
It's been like that since the late 90s.
Well, you know, don't get me wrong, I'll connect it fast and make it look good until I sit back and figure out a way to run it and do it permanent. Then, yeah, then I'll reconnect it and I'll run it permanent, and that way it's done. You don't have to mess with it.
Roger that.
Well, before I built this, I took me a piece of paper and I made a fast drawing of how to build my cabin, how I wanted it, and then I changed it, and yeah, then we built it.
Right, that's what I'm talking about. Yeah, draw yourself a diagram.
Did you say diagram or diaphragm?
Both. So now since I got it this way and I see where my radio is, then yeah, I gotta put my radio on it where my box is, put my box where the radio is, and everything's out of the way.
Roger that. There's nothing wrong with the planning.
Damn it.
Guess everybody's back from the coffee break or whatever. Maybe they went and made a quick trip to 7-Eleven to replenish their supplies.
I don't know, I don't fuck with 7-Eleven.
Roger. Well, I get gasoline down there, but I hardly ever get anything else down there.
Well, 7-Eleven is expensive. Hey, Steve, this 7-Eleven wants like $2 or $3 a pack for rolling papers. I can go down the street and get them for 99 cents. Come on.
Well, yeah, I know you're out. A lot of stuff down at 7-Eleven is higher than cat's ass. But the gas, I guess, is, I don't know, about the same, I suppose.
And I get my gas on queue. 7-Eleven where I'm at, they don't have that unleaded gas. They got that shit. Yeah.
Well, I'd get the gas that's pure gasoline. I know it might have traces of alcohol in there, or ethanol, but anyway.
Yeah, ethanol. I don't burn that ethanol if I have to.
Well, that's the same here. I like the real gasoline, but sometimes you know how it is.
I like it when it's like when I bought my motorcycle. It says do not burn ethanol gas in it, and I look at the seller and I said, how the fuck are you not going to buy non-ethanol when you leave Oklahoma City towards California? That's all you can buy is ethanol gas. You can't get that unleaded ethanol. He looked at me and I said, yeah, that's kind of weird, huh?
Roger, yeah. Yeah, they put them requirements in there which are impossible to follow.
Man, oh man.
I said, when you're traveling on the highway, you got to put what gas in it, ethanol, non-ethanol. You got to get what you can get. Come on, you're not going anywhere.
Exactly. Yeah, most motherfuckers lower their standards when they get out there and facing reality. Good morning, Charlie Delta. There used to be an operator down here close to me. His handle really was Scorpion, and many times when some people accidentally call me Scorpion, I'm like, I should have selected that handle. I kind of like it, but it's actually Scorpio. It's all good. If you want to call me Scorpion, that'll work too.
Your handle is Scorpio?
Roger. But
Yeah, like I say, either way, I'll answer to it. Just don't call me late for dinner.
I've been doing something about 7-Eleven. You know they have a discount market going there. You plug in your bank information and you get 11 cents a gallon off.
Roger that. I have to check into that.
Yeah, they got the cars up there called. It's kind of a local thing. They call it tank, not tank. And that's the type through. That's get one of your discount cards. If you take it out, you don't even do it, fill it out. And then go got it. And not 11 cents a gallon off.
Well, that would work for me.
Well. Yeah, hello there. Well, hello, cowboy. What a happy Memorial Day weekend.
I know where you're at. Come on.
Hello, Josie, Virginia.
How about that Josie Wells out there in Virginia? 666 out here in the black gold trying break up.
Good day, 666 and black gold. What in the hell are you running? I sure would like to know what you running, because I'm going to tell you what, that is a one good damn sounding radio.
It's a old school 959 Galaxy DX 959 direct injected into a Dave-made 2x4, the old school, the old school. Got the original Toshibas in it, and a PDL3 on a 40-foot tire.
Well, you got the right stuff, man. I can tell you that. You just give me the right figures, because I give you 5 stars on what you just said. 5 stars, because of that. I'm working on these Galaxy Turbo space station.
No doubt about it, on the Turbo space station. Man. Yeah, I got one. Well, it ain't a Turbo. It's a DX20. I think it's 2995 DX. Got the 2-pill amp in the back of it. It's probably about the same radio, I guess, but yeah, I got one of them base stations. I just can't run it in here. I ain't got enough room. That's why I got this little bitty Galaxy 959 in here. But my rack gear is about the same size as that damn base station.
Right on there. Well, I'll tell you what, I routine that 959 up. Did one hell of a job on it, because that shit, I tell you what, that thing is smoking like I see it.
No doubt. I work on my own crap. I don't go to them scam shops. I learned to work on my own stuff decades ago. I'd rather me screw it up than pay somebody else to do it.
Right, yeah, well, I can understand that too, because when you take that stuff to them, you don't never know what they take out of you. Your stuff that you get sick. That's the thing about it. I mean, that's one thing. I don't like no thieves, but they'll steal stuff out of the radio or something to put something else. You're not there. So yeah, I can understand where you're coming from. That's a good thing that you know. I do have a good technician down here. He don't do me wrong, and I never had nothing missing out of myself, but I have run across that. But I'm gonna tell you what, if you doing your own stuff up, I'll tell you doing it right.
Hell yeah, I've been doing it for a while. Hell, I work on people's radios around here. Been doing that for quite a long time. I help people out. I just like doing it because I like doing it. I don't do it for the money. Hell, I barely charge them guys anything, like $20. They get a peek and tune and whatever else going on. I'm the $20 guy.
let me shoot you my phone number, because if I ever need some work, I mean, heck, you sound like you a trustworthy person. Maybe I'll touch bases with you or something. Where are you at in the Black Gold? Where's that at?
I'm out here in Oklahoma City. No, I don't, man, as much as I'd like to, I don't really do all that. I just help out people around here real close to me. I got people all the time wanting to send me this and that, and I don't know. I just don't want to fool with all that stuff.
Yeah, they're a good bunch of guys you got up there. And they always sound loud coming down here, so y'all got something going on right up there.
I know where you're at. Hell, I'm on top of a side of a hill over here, if you want to call it that.
Hey, right. I'm down here in South Central Virginia, close to Lynchburg, Virginia, if you know where that's at. Outlaw Joe's the Well, 375, the original.
Ain't no doubt about it. Yeah, there's quite a few people around here, like Dr. Bob. I don't know, you probably talked to Dr. Bob before. He's over on the north side of town. And there's quite a few of them. Scorpio, 0747, 1378. He lives over here west of me. There's quite a few people around here that talk out there, got pretty good radios.
Hey, right on there. Well, I really enjoy talking to all of them, because I know the numbers you called. I've talked to every one of them, man, and they're a good bunch of guys. And I'll put you on that list too there. You in the Hall of Fame, Outlaw Joe the Well. Hey, you take care of the Black Gold, and I enjoyed it. I'm going to the coffee pot, and I'll be back.
Oh, Roger, right on. All right, man, have a good one out there. Old Mother Nature's playing tricks over here, going in and out on me. But hell yeah, I'll talk to you later, no doubt about it. 666 around Oklahoma City, and Black Owl.
All right, okay, we'll do it again, my friend. Hey, happy Memorial Day weekend to you. I'm gone. I'll see you.
Oh, Roger, right on.
Hey, right on that.
To you from Lake Okeechobee, Florida, Roger.
What's he doing over in Florida? He said he's over in Lake Okeechobee.
That mic back a little bit, man. You got a little squeal or something in there with you. But have a great weekend. Take care. I'm back out of the way.
How about that Florida out there? Come on. I guess I ain't getting out there in Florida. 666 around the Black Gold, standing by.
You over the squeal. Sounds good now. Have a good one, buddy. Hey, Smoke, take care. 73 to you. Deer Slayer back out of the way.
No doubt.
I appreciate it. Good morning up there around Tennessee. Memorial Day weekend. Wave to you, Roger.
Back in the park position. Okay.
What the building side of you, but I ain't gonna get on the flat bed that damn place.
Coming in there eating you alive here, brother. You better pump it up or do something there, really.
Done, goddamn.
Yeah, he got down. Come on.
Now I'm on a 5-star Joe gun. I
666 around the black gold on this PDO3, getting on down. Damn it, guess I can't get out over here.
Okay, no problem, dog. I ain't got no complaints, man. No, you can't wait.
Well, just got back on. How about it, breaker?
On the bottom, and the heat tries to rise, it's trapped, it's got the front cover and everything.
Trying to remember, $150,000 or something. Roger, but I've online in more recent history, like I say,
Oh, Roger, right on. Barker.
Roger that. I guess everybody knows there's I think a comedy convention going on this weekend. It's called Galaxy Con. I think it's about comedy, and they call it Galaxy Con. It's a convention, I think, going on in downtown OKC at, I guess, the sports arena or somewhere. Or maybe just south of there, you know, at the convention center. But anyway.
It'll be a barrel or less. I think it was some sort of trick convention or something.
I'm imagining the price of admission is a good bit, and then everybody's heard about all those youngsters shooting their guns off down there a lot.
Don't bring your gun.
I think there's guns off there. Didn't see it though when most of them are on class or something. They don't know what they're doing, but on the news this morning, 3 girls and a boy got killed. I forget where it was at. There's some young who was going the wrong way down the highway. He was drunk. He was 26 years old. He had killed all of them. Roger, oh yeah, yesterday I think, early in the morning. It happened over around Yukon, I think, on I-40 eastbound over Check Hall Road, and like you said, somebody's going the wrong way down the highway, you know, and hit them, and I think the one who hit him was injured pretty bad, but will survive, and so anyway. Well, that's always the case. They're inebriated and their bosses walk around and they'll get races like most people. Right, yeah, they're relaxed. And that's just why I don't know why it's not. Roger. Well, if there's one thing I might get out of that is when I'm driving down the interstate, I don't think I want to hang out in the left lane that much. I want to stay over on the right lane in case some kind of bullshit like that happens. Roger that. One time, I guess I'm lucky, but a long time ago, I'd gone up to Stillwater, and I just got off the interstate heading into town. It was like a divided highway, and there's some idiot coming up toward us, going the wrong way. And the car car ahead of me suddenly made a violent lane change into the other lane. I was looking at him, and then next thing I know, that car came by me on my left, on the shoulder, just whoosh. It's a good thing that had happened, or I would have hit that fucker head on.
My God. Yeah, that's why I don't really care to drive anymore.
Roger, yeah, there's some risk.
That's not like the good old days. I mean, I learned how to drive when I was 11. I didn't get a driver's license. Well, I don't know when my mom was a cop. So when you gonna get a license? I said, I don't need a license. I got a pilot's license.
Roger that.
Take that drunk driver and hang him on national TV.
Roger, yeah, they started doing that. I bet it'd make a difference.
Yeah.
Good idea.
I did some checking out of previous execution methods. I guess everybody knows back in history. I mean, they used to be really bad. I mean, some of them were just torture and prolonged.
Yeah, you know, I had my way just to be calm, molester, racist, and stuff. I shoot somebody on it.
Roger that, yeah. And that would, you know, that'd make a difference. The ones that were still alive and thinking about that kind of activity might just decide not to do it.
Yeah, because they saw somebody held in that tree like good Lord was, they did some thinking.
Right, yeah, to Oklahoma sounding good down in Virginia. Oklahoma sounding good in Virginia. Hello, Georgia, Will, getting on down.
Roger that. The Comanche Indians had some especially barbaric execution methods.
Another beautiful day in Oklahoma City.
Josie Wells, good morning. 747 said that.
Yeah, hello to you. Good morning, good morning. Good morning out there, Scorpio 520, waving at you.
I'm waving back, 520. Good to hear you out there.
Yeah, it's good to get a little airtime once in a while.
Yeah, well, 9-1, hello, Georgia Will, so good morning.
Good morning there. I think it was 9-1 Western. I'm sorry, I still have to sleep up here.
Well, say something proud for yourself. You got that modulation too. Hello, Georgia Will.
Sounds like Skip's kind of working its way in a little bit, at least a little bit. I thought they said it was going to be raining all day. I think it rained earlier, but I didn't know if it was going to be raining all day or not.
I think most of it's gone.
Well, that's good. I gotta work on the girlfriend's car today. Can't do, well, can, just prefer not to do it, working in the rain.
Short break.
Good morning there, 13.
Morning to you. Hey, good morning, good time, Charlie. If you can hear me, I heard you a second ago. 1378 with the wave.
Break 19 for a radio check. How about a radio check, please? Checks the mail, radio checker.
No, Roger, no, get back on good time, Charlie, over there in Seminole on Beckway. Alright, you guys can have it again. I'm going back out in the garage.
What you working on in the garage?
I bought some wheels for the Camaro, and I got to make sure they clear my Brembo brakes.
Oh, your wheels came in. Hell yeah.
Yes, sir. They came in, and I just haven't had time to check and make sure they're going to clear before I do anything with them.
That's fair. It's funny, I got to put wheels on my girlfriend's car. Something ain't right on my end there.
I know you're right. Well, I'm going to go down to a 17 on the back, and I gained 2 inches in height on tire.
Oh, I'm sure you need that extra 2 inches in tire width. It'll help out a lot.
That's what I'm hoping. Well, I thought I had 28s on there already. And it come to find out the Nitto 555s are only a 26-inch tall tire, and I'm going to a 28.
Woo! That'd be a world of difference.
Well, we'll find out. Give me about another week and a half. I got to get the tires in order if these clear.
That's that. Well, I'm sure they'll clear, and I'm sure it's going to work out well for you, man.
Yes, sir. Well, they claim they'll clear, but I never, I check before I mount tires.
That's very fair, because they put all kinds of things on the website. I just like to be a little optimistic, although that has bit me once or twice.
Oh, yeah. Well, they'll say, it clears the 1LE car, which has the Brembo brakes. But yet everybody that buys them is just a regular SS Camaro.
They just believe that they got the Brembos. Man, I like Brembos, but man, everything for them is expensive. We deal with those a lot up at Chrysler, and I got to price those out.
Well, let's just say I wouldn't buy them to put them on my car, but since they came factory, yeah.
Wow. And Chrysler offered this. It's basically, they called it like a black, maybe orange package or whatever. It came with a stripe, a V6, and the Brembo brakes. I never understood that. They offered expensive brakes for a basic motor and a strength.
It's all about the prestige, you know that.
Yeah, I do, but sometimes even I get a little confused as to their tactics, I guess.
Hey, 1378, man. Hang around down here.
I'm kind of sort of pointed down there. Good morning to you, street sweeper.
Good morning, man. I tried to the other day, but that thing wasn't, Mother Nature wasn't, but I did hear you before the skip disappeared. Hope you have a great weekend. Tell everybody out there, in the...
Now that right there's some funny shit.
Well, I will do, and you guys down there in the sand pile have a wonderful Memorial Day down there as well. Of course, you're retired. You have an everyday experience, but for us poor folk that's still working, enjoy your 3-day weekend there, Roger.
Copy the great weekend. Well, you'll be there. You'll get to be there. I promise. I'm having a super... I gotta answer this phone. Take care.
Alright, sweet street sweeper, answer your phone, enjoy your cup of Juan Valdez, and we'll holler at you later. I'm going to get back out there and work on the Camaro. Anyway, we'll get back out of the way. You know who out here in Oklahoma on this little baby transmitter. I'll see you. Morning to you, Sniper. Hope all is well around Chesapeake Bay. I'm going to get out of here and let the frequency roll. You have a good and blessed weekend out there on the Chesapeake Bay, Mr. Sniper, 1378. I'll see you.
All right, 1378. It's supposed to be rainy and nasty back here for the next 4 or 5 days, but anyway, we need the rain. Well, have a safe holiday weekend.
Okay, Sniper. Well, we got the same here. It's just good to have 3 days off. Anyway, Mr. Sniper, you take care. I'm back to the garage. I'll see you.
Good morning time, street sweeper 454 with that morning time wave. And morning time also to you, Sniper 454 with that morning time wave. Yeah, I guess these are all mine.
454. That's only 3 street percent in.
You know, I'm going to have a good holiday weekend, Sniper, because my birthday and Memorial Day is the same day.
Well, wish you an early birthday there in case we don't catch you on your birthday, man. Yeah, that's great. Memorial holiday there, right?
My 65th birthday. That's why it fell right on Memorial Day this year, but they always celebrate my birthday on Memorial Day.
That was good one. We just got out of here. Was walking by the radio. Heard 13. Anyway, we're going to ease on back with it. Yeah, that's about 454 Terrage.
You always got practice out there. Your mouth.
Yeah, right back. 844, man. Now you're sending unit back in the Chesapeake Bay. I'm going to read them
some more coffee.
You got the light.
Gotta have that coffee.
Officers, and they compensated for it, right?
That's Maxwell House. It's good to the last drop. Some people like Folgers in their cup.
We'll have to bump it up a little then. Hello, check 300 Cherokee, Illinois, reading the mail, Greg Brady. Come on, Breaker.
Thought I might be hearing the Death Row Chomo show out there. Good morning, around Chicago, 747 with a wave.
Guess this Illinois station ain't getting out.
Roger, are you saying you're barefoot right now? Roger on the barefoot radio. Well, you're making a trip to Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City. 747 said that. Roger, well, you have a happy Memorial Day weekend yourself up there around Chicago, no doubt. Good to hear you out there, 747 standing by.
Well, that's where he's talking to. That's probably Hollywood up there.
Lucky Star, Louisiana, it's 966, it's 966, it's 966. Along the island.
Here we go.
It's the Lucky Star. Have yourself a great weekend. Bye, bye, bye.
And good morning, Mad Dog, around Chicago if you're sandbagging. 747 standing by. And it's another wonderful day in paradise. Roger that. Another day on top of the world living the dream. And you might agree, any day above ground is another wonderful day in paradise.
Death Row Chomo. Sound like you got some of your locals already mad at you.
Down here. 3 sweepers south forward, come on down.
I got a coffee emergency, I'll be right back.
Sounding good down here, 300 Cherokee. In the corn pile. That still was gone for a while now. It's coming back around.
I got a grip on the only brake.
Down into the Palm Beach. Come on down that way.
A little hill 39, number 6 on the 2 waters of Dominique. I heard your radio. Brake. Good morning. A little hill Billy, don't know if you got a grip on my lead, but 9640 wheezy like you.
Wait till the night. That's what I'm waiting to come out. Yes, sir, and don't forget, have a safe and great Memorial weekend. And I'll see you. I'll see you click. That mobile, man. I don't know what kind of system you running, but man.
Hello, audio. In case you're out there, good morning, Jake. Around the lakes, 747, standing by.
I appreciate it, man. Have a good contact out there in Mississippi. It's hot down here, man. It's only 11:25.
Good morning, 610, you're out there. Yeah, about that street, too. Waving a hand, good time, Charlie, if you're out there sandbagging.
Coming out of mother 454 waving.
454, waving back.
I heard you in there too, man. Good morning to you.
Mercy, Chicago is booming in, 747 standing by.
Hey, street sweeper, it's
How much is Sparkplug, Chicago?
454 that morning time wave.
Chicago, 396, saying hello.
Good morning, 396, 747 with a wave.
Code Chicago, and there you was. Hey, that Sparkplug, you have a good weekend, good Memorial weekend out there. 396 Chicago, 73s to you. Hey, right back, 73s. And I appreciate the call.
Come on, Mother Nature, get on me.
Morning time, plug. Short stack up here in the Great Lakes.
Good morning, Jake, around the lakes if you're out there.
I'm hearing you over here. Yes, sir, I'm hearing you over here.
747 standing by.
I'll hear my neighbor Jake out here. 396 Chicago, we hear you.
Come on back there, stepping and fetching, 747 said that.
Skip coming through, it's covering you. 747, stack up here in the lake.
Come on back, around the lakes.
Big boys.
Unit 44, 747 with a wave. We're located around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City, roger. Roger, 244 in Motor City. I got a good copy of that time. I hope you're having a fine Saturday, part of the holiday weekend, 747 with a wave. Just getting ready to go into work. Saturday and Sunday is the old retirement. What a wonderful day in the neighborhood. Roger that. Well, keep up the good work, 244 around Motown. 244, be sure and tell 555 747 says hi. Come on back for 747.
That might not be adjusted very well, but we're going to give it a try anyway. 113 in the Great Lakes.
113 around the Great Lakes. Good morning, 747 said that.
What do you think about
Hey, morning time right back, 747.
Keep up the good work, 113. And Jake around the lakes, good morning to you, in case you're sandbagging out there.
Hello, goddamn.
And good morning, Dusty and Guitar Man around Indianapolis, if you're out there, 747 standing by.
with the wave.
Keep up good work, 113 on that stepping and fetching, 747 reading your mail. Well, I like this DX a lot better than when everybody at once is coming in together.
That's when you just talk on the opposite end, right?
No doubt about it. Old man 25, I think you said. Good morning to you, 747 Tornado Alley with a wave. Roger. I think maybe you said Oil Man 25, but good morning to you.
2 months ago, we got a picture of a CB radio and a bunch of money. 13 minutes.
Good morning, 610, in case you're sandbagging, 747 standing by. It's way cool to make contact with the lakes. Haven't really done that a whole lot in recent history.
That's correct, my friend Scorpio, 747, chasing a lake. Good day, sir. Always appreciate you calling for me.
There he is. Good morning, Jake. Around the lakes. I thought you might be out there. It's just way cool to hear you. 747 around Tornado Alley with the wave. You sound like you're in my driveway, man. You're loud.
Tuning, Congress members, assassination. Tuning, Congress members, assassination. Tuning, Congress members,
Roger that. You're just saying 396 Chicago. You just made my day, man. 747, read your mail.
Yeah, you are keeping up the good work. Tuning.
686, you sound outstanding around Tornado Alley, Oklahoma City. You got that penetrating audio and nothing wrong with a little echo. You've got the band shell going on. Keep up the good work. Keep up the good work, Jake, around the lakes. It's been a while since I made contact with you. Roger that. Yeah, I know the feeling, Jake. That one-way DX. Many times I've been jumping up and down to get back to somebody that can't hear me. Right.
Hello, 111. Hello, 111. I'm Jake with the Black Snake.
186, waving a hand to you around the lake. 747, standing by. 747. About 747. Roger, well, got south. Tornado Alley, the bullseye of Tornado Alley, Roger.
I'm in LPHC with you. I'm on 35, just went into Cleveland County. I was just trying to figure out how far with the street.
Hello. I'm basically downtown more, so there you are. Roger. Yeah. Did you say hard drive worked on that?
He's the one that bought it from years ago.
Roger. Well, you must be among the few who ever received anything back from that guy. I'm happy for you.
Yeah, I got it back before COVID, or it was after COVID. Things went to shit for the guy.
Right, yeah, you might say that. I don't know, maybe it's something in the water caused him to develop an attitude or something, but I'm glad you had a good dice roll with him. So I guess you got one of them version 1 555s. Roger that. Yeah, the body's mostly fiberglass. I guess you said that maybe. He likes that word. Put a county jail. Put a county jail. Jake around the lakes, hope you're having a fabulous holiday weekend. Roger, you want a state fair, what do you say? State dinner, New York Strip. Roger that. Jake, seemed like you said earlier, a few months ago, maybe a year ago, and I talked to you that you upgraded your antenna to a 4-element quad. Mr. Quad ground beam, I've had for 18 years. For a while, I had a 2-element quad. It lasted about 3 years. Out there, Jake. No doubt, you're coming in my radio louder than a skip. Another day, another shrill declaration. Going on, Scorpio? Just another wonderful day in paradise. All right. Guess you heard Jake around the lakes out there. I heard him there for a minute. Roger. Yeah, we used to communicate with him regularly, and maybe we'll get back into that pattern. Yeah, you know, it comes and goes. I hate this 25th solar cycle. No doubt about it. The coffee's good over there around the Loves, Roger. I'm sure you told your coffee staff 747 says hi. Roger. Just about every day we got another assassination. I know you're right.
somebody being exposed. Always a curtain being pulled back. Good morning, AAA Grand Rapids, if you're out there, 747 standing by. Grand Rapids, if you're out there, 747 standing by. Heard somebody come back to 747. That might be AAA, I'm not sure. You're going to have to pump it up to get over that Death Row Chomo show.
This morning.
Also, good morning, Mad Dog, Chicago, if you're out there sandbagging.
We got somebody out there sandbagging this morning.
Wow, that's what it's coming about here.
Who's sandbagging out there?
There must be a complete tsunami of sandbaggers out there, no doubt about it. An entire force of years.
I'm guessing at least enough to start a football team.
No doubt. Complete with backups.
Yep. Hey, I was listening to you and Charlie Delta talk this morning, by the way, and I came up with a conclusion.
Roger that.
There's definitely got to be something between you and him.
Oh, yeah, there might be something absorbing RF energy, but anyway,
Well, when you were saying that you could hardly hear him or understand him, I was actually picking him up really well. So that right there tells me since y'all are in the same city together and you can't hear him, you're either overshooting him or there's something in between you.
Roger. Well, yeah, I'm thinking of up around Buck Thomas Park, which I think is high ground, and close by I think there are numerous radio station towers. I don't know if they have anything to do with it, but...
Yeah, 10-4.
And of course the water tower's up there, but anyway.
Yeah, it's weird how that works out though, you know?
Roger, I know you're right. Well, too, with you, maybe you would agree, understanding RF is not unlike mastering of, the black arts.
Well, it's just about as hard as trying to figure out a woman. Just when you think you got it figured out, it does something else.
Roger that. Sometimes, figuring out these problems is about as much fun as being a one-legged man in an ass-kicking contest.
That's all right.
I think somebody turned on some damn grow lights, but anyway, at least I'm pointed kind of away from it, and that helps some.
Copy on the grow light.
Which way you think pointed? Oh, can't reach.
It's just hard to keep that punch bowl clean.
Good morning, Scorpio, Pete and Copy.
But you know, you're talking about possible obstructions to radio signals. I bet you got to have some blind spots because you're up there pretty close to Mount Trashmore, and so I'm thinking maybe you're east or something you can't pick up very well.
Yeah, I don't know.
I know, like John Boy, who's over on the west coast of Midwest City, has some trouble communicating with Buffalo, and he's blaming it on Mount Trashmore, which I guess that's correct. He does things pretty precisely. So anyway, I guess it's right between them.
Yeah, right.
In the future, I'm pretty sure the natives are going to bow down and worship that. As time goes by, I guess we're obviously going to have more and more landfills.
Well, might as well have those too. Hell, we've been building houses on cemetery plots for a long time already.
It doesn't keep on getting bigger.
Yeah, they've been building houses and buildings on top of cemetery plots, so why not have landfills too, right?
No doubt about it.
I mean, you know, to be honest, New Jersey is nothing but a landfill. It's New York's trash is all that is.
Roger that. Yeah, and then you heard about Love Canal up there, close to the Niagara Falls or somewhere. There had been a housing addition, and right there, I guess, built over some land that had been a landfill or whatever, and people started having health problems and had to move away, I think.
Yeah. New Jersey, the Garden State. That's because it's garbage pile.
Roger that. And no telling how many fights and probably fights to the death have occurred up there between, people from New York and New Jersey over that.
Yeah.
I know the times I've been on vacation and passing through the area, I've picked up on some major hate vibes.
Destination's out. Michael J.
members.
And when I was driving through the Bronx one time, nobody had to tell me to not stop.
Government. Boy, you know what? I've been there. I know exactly what you mean. Guilty.
Roger that. And one time I was on vacation making my way back from Canada, and I wanted to visit Manhattan. I decided to do it like 4 o'clock in the morning to dodge traffic, and that worked out. But on my way down, I think I was coming down on Westchester Freeway or whatever, and then I grabbed the exit onto the Cross Bronx Expressway, and as I was making my way through that Cloverleaf intersection, I saw some abandoned automobiles that had been stripped down to nothing, and I knew I was in the fucking Bronx, and just keep right on going.
Assassinations of Congress. I tell you what, honestly speaking, I think that was the only time in my life where me and my wife both locked the doors.
Roger that, yeah. Make sure you got the damn doors locked and got your little honey at the ready.
Yeah, I mean, you drive down any street, and you better have your door locked, because they'll pull you out of your car.
Roger that. Well, I stayed on the damn expressway. Even then, I was not completely relaxed, and so I grabbed another exit onto I think it's the Hudson River Parkway, they call it, and that shot me on down there to Manhattan. I crisscrossed southern Manhattan. You had to grab a one-way street, one direction all the way, and then go a block over the one-way the other way. And you know, wasn't that many people out there at late night, but at every intersection, some individuals made contact with me, just made sure I was aware of their services, Roger.
You've been to the Bronx then, you said?
I mean, I didn't, I'd crack that window open just, hear what kind of bullshit they had to say, getting me up to date on their special pricing and all that.
Do you see how nasty that place is?
Well, yeah, it looked nasty. You wouldn't want to sit down on a curb or anything.
Hey, do you know when that place was built, it was beautiful, it was nice. And I don't mean to be an asshole here, but truth is truth. As soon as blacks started moving in, it all went to hell.
Roger that, yeah. Yeah, it seems to be the pattern. You get certain ones in there, and you can just smell the difference.
Up on the services?
Anyway, I never did get out to walk around and smell the flowers, if you will. I just kind of drove around and grabbed a tunnel to New Jersey, and then I immediately got lost and ended up back over there. I think I went through that other tunnel and got my bearings, went back to New Jersey and grabbed my highway, I guess Highway 1, whatever it was, going down the coast.
Yep, yeah. But yeah, if you do a little background on that, you'll find out the Bronx was really pretty at one time, for real.
Roger that.
Yep, yeah, but it is what it is.
Roger.
Yeah, that'll better up will be good.
You remember David Berkowitz? You remember that psycho who went around with a 44 Magnum or whatever, shooting people just because they were there. Anyway, he was, I think, lived over there. I don't know if it was in the Bronx. I think maybe Yonkers, and I don't even know where that was in comparison to the Bronx. But anyway, I think he stayed in some crappy little room over there.
Yeah, 10-4. 6670.
I think it was Pine Street, but that's about all I remember.
Caffey Avenue, the Caffey Street. I tell you, I've been through Manhattan, the Bronx, all over the place up there downtown, literally, and I don't ever want to go there again, ever, no matter what the reason, no.
Roger that. I think I might have driven through Times Square, but I didn't, if I did, I didn't recognize it. I remember the Avenue of the Americas, but anyway.
Too many damn people.
Roger that, yeah, what, 22 or 30 million people or whatever.
You go downtown Manhattan on a Friday night, and it's like bumper to bumper, arm to arm kind of people.
Roger. Sound like a good place to catch a disease or get killed or, by somebody stabbing you or whatever.
Yeah, they do it too. Downtown New York, Manhattan area, that used to be real pretty too. It's not bad now, but it's not what it was.
Yeah, when there were very few people out there, probably more dangerous, obviously, at night anyway, in spite of the relatively few people out and about.
Yeah, I'm sure it's worse now than it ever was before, though.
VW was tuning.
And yes, we kept the damn doors locked.
I remember growing up, you didn't even have to think about locking your doors.
I know you're right, absolutely. Good old days, nobody even thought about it.
Yep.
670.
Just like Green Acres, I'm pretty sure in that show nobody locked their doors.
Yeah, exactly. Those were the good old days. Hey, I'm picking up another remote-controlled airplane today.
Roger that on a remote-controlled airplane. Well, I hope you enjoy it.
Well, yeah, it's a Corsair, 40-inch wingspan.
Roger that.
07 South Brainerd Avenue.
Quick, turn them knobs. You gonna be acting like somebody else I know.
Then I have a chance to get an F-16, a helicopter, and a P-51 Mustang.
Roger that on the F-16.
Yeah, my dad's downsizing his toys, so he's passing quite a few of them on to me.
Roger. I'll be back with a refill.
Unit 207, South Brainerd Avenue, Countryside, Illinois. 1309 Brandywine Circle, Batavia, Illinois. 522 Manhattan Street, Batavia, 5700 Victory Drive, Oak Forest.
I've got some DX land trying to come in there, no doubt.
We are witnessing Team VW. Hooty-hoo. Law enforcement employees. You getting all this?
How about that skip lander? Come on, mate.
Who dat?
Team VW tuning the assassinations of all railers, all law enforcement,
Some angry voices out there, no doubt.
Yeah, good morning, Buffalo.
Everybody for years. We ain't tried them at it yet. Well, there's no consequences for it.
admit assembling, organizing the assassinations of government employees.
2244.
Yeah, good morning. 102.
Morning, Buffalo.
Organize assassinations.
Yeah, good morning.
Team VW, this is your He just dominated.
spreading the truth. Congress members are targeted for assassination.
What fucking news?
Giant fig tree right there at the corner of the back of our house beside it.
American people that are trying on the boat from the government is day morning. Come on.
Sure was good to make contact with Jake around the lakes.
Picking to do. If you want some,
Before all the grow light buzzing came in there.
I'm going to get my grandma's recipe out and...
You are guilty declaring war on Congress. You are guilty declaring war on Congress.
And as usual, I guess the Death Row Chomo show is getting over the noise.
Country Club Road. I'll turn on Country Club Road. And I'll turn right there at a gun shop where I got my 9mm Luger. I'll turn left in front of his gun shop. And
They sure love to talk about assassinations.
over, and there's about 15, 20 fig trees right there. And I'm going to tell you what.
Roger that. Well, I think it's quite a bit of regurgitated information, which I bet you're not going to be surprised for me to tell you.
And there's all kinds of they be telling you. They're telling you. I mean, these trees are loaded. War Department of the United States.
See, they got the money, they got the power, they got the conversations, everybody, so get on there and worry about it.
I hope all of our holiday campers don't get completely rained out.
That's a good video, Java. He's all lined up.
And I did get my Pike Pass transponders, but I'm not anxious to give them a day in court, but I know that day will come.
Not a whole lot. I thought I heard. Yeah, I try not to take no turnpikes, but sometimes you gotta take them. And we pay on them highways, but yet they ain't no smoother than the regular highways. Come on.
Now this is your guilt.
It's a child molester driver. He had you in a wheelchair.
Rolling on the highways and the byways, all deep down in the desert.
No doubt about it. Rawhide. Oh yes, I talked to a driver maybe 30 minutes or an hour ago, passing through, talking on a 555, that he actually got back from you know who out there in the desert.
That's a big guy right there.
Striker. Roger. Yeah. And anyway, I guess it was a version 1. I think he got it, maybe he said before COVID or right after or something like that. Oh, he's alright. So too bad. Maybe you just got the satisfaction at least of knowing that old hard slime out there is in deep shit.
They probably in jail.
Exactly.
Doing community service. Mowing the grass for the nails and the cake. On campsites, he camped out there. He has to do community service, mow the grass, weed whack.
Yeah, out there with that orange suit on, doing the work and all that.
It was premeditated. He called the police. He doesn't come out of his mom's house.
I'm not sure, but walkie-talkie jerky may go visit him in prison.
Probably not.
Assassinations of Congress with the commercial motor vehicle.
I guess I missed all that. I was in there eating a brisket sandwich.
Radio. Did you hear Jake around the lakes out there earlier?
No, I was in the other room.
Right, yeah, I communicated with him for the first time in, I don't know, several months.
I thought you talked to him the other day.
Oh, this morning.
Yeah, you talked to him the other day, too.
Roger.
He was on 28, then he came to 19.
Roger.
Yeah, I was up there flipping through the channels. I heard him on 28. Everybody's hollering at him.
Roger, well, that's way cool.
I didn't even key up. I just listened.
You know what to say, you learn more like that.
Sometimes.
That's right, unless you're listening to regurgitated crap.
Yeah, sometimes you learn something from them too. Learn how to not act like that.
Oh yeah, some people are very useful negative examples.
Anytime. You're getting over here. You're getting over him.
You want to declare war on President Trump?
I haven't heard. Yup.
It's like those guys on the east side. They came to Europe.
I guess the rain's over for this month.
Well, for now, I don't know. I'm thinking thinking there might be some prediction of more rain before the month's over, but anyway.
Yes, keep rolling. TVW declares war on President Trump.
But maybe for the sake of all of our, holiday campers, it'll not rain much until the next week. I guess you heard in the news several days ago, actually, about a bunch of divers. I think they were over on the other side of the planet, over in the Maldives, if I'm saying that right. They went down diving in some underground tunnels or whatever, and they got all lost down in there, and several of them died. I think maybe one or two come back.
President Trump. Declaration of war on President Trump. Team BW tuning. Declaration of war on President Trump.
It's pretty spooky shit to me. I mean, you're going down in some dark tunnel period, and much less as a diver.
Hell yeah, get turned around,
But I thought they always would play some kind of rope behind them so they could find their way back out.
Yes, sir.
amateurs.
Roger, I guess dead amateurs now.
About halfway. You should have dynamite on it. Put it about halfway.
I've never wanted to do any diving like that. It just sounds dangerous, period.
That sounds real good. You had to see, you were just so loud, man. I think I'll land the boat. That sounds good. Which Cobra do you have? Cobra 29 Classic?
I'll let somebody else do that. And I'll let them also have fun with the wingsuit, and if they want to be a wing walker, like at a air show, they can, it's all theirs. I'm not going to try to steal their glory.
Glory channel, man, it goes to high power. So, you got it on that. Meter will turn right freaky up. Try flipping it back down, because what you're having problems with is probably when you're close to people, you're just so loud.
But you know how it is. Every day you got another daredevil. I mean, probably just like P.T. Barnum said something about suckers, there's probably a daredevil born about every minute, another daredevil.
They can have it.
Either way, it sounded good.
Roger that.
Let's leave it up then.
But I guess the ones that don't kill themselves, maybe they've earned that glory and they're basking in it on top of the world.
Yeah, well, are you still here? Because that mic's still breaking off. Mic does not sound good. Did you leave already?
Remember those two idiots that jumped off the top of the Devon when it was still being constructed, and they had parachutes and all that, and I guess they briefly were arrested. They're probably still bragging about that pretty often.
Yeah.
I'm in Northern Illinois.
I remember that one more recently. I don't know if he had suction cups or what he had, but he climbed up the side of the Devon Tower and actually lived to tell the tale.
Scratchy mics, man. I have a zero tolerance for scratchy mics. 313 Radio Shop up here south of...
I guess the cops were waiting for him up there, but oh well. I thought I heard somebody out there make a statement that they have zero tolerance for scratchy microphones.
Are you ready for
warm beer. Doesn't sound good to me either. I mean, I guess, you know, in some countries, maybe Germany, they actually like warm beer, Bill, or lager, whatever they call it.
Not me. It's got to be cold. I won't drink it.
All right, put it on you later, Street Sweeper 313.
Yeah, my beer's got to be cold, or I won't drink that one bowl.
You know how it is, the worst tasty shit in the world probably tastes good to certain ones out there.
Yeah, they can have that hot beer.
Good. I think they just turned all that electronic garbage off.
So now you're turning the garbage off.
That's usually how it goes. It doesn't stay in there all that long.
Probably. Well, right now, there's much wind. You blow, come on. It's a nice day after all. Ground's a little wet, a little muddy, but other than that, it's okay.
Well, I'm guessing there's a lot of people every year have their family reunion during Memorial Day weekend.
Oh, I bet.
Yeah, it's a big family deal, you know.
Roger, it was all the tasty food, you know, everybody possibly get drunk, etc.
Yeah, I miss them good old days. Can't have a family reunion if it's just you, yourself, and I. Come on.
You're wanted for assembling the assassination.
Yep, have a family reunion, you, yourself, and I.
And Aunt Mary goes around making sure everybody stuffs their face with all her desserts that she's fixed.
Yeah, pretty fun. Go fishing, hiking.
Roger? Yeah, we used to have ours down at Plant National Park. And as children, we had a lot of fun and doing all the acrobatics and bullshit that we did on the trails down there going up to that bluff overlooking Sulphur. I guess it's a wonder we didn't, none of us died.
It fell off.
Roger, yeah. I didn't fall, nobody did, but yeah, we were crawling all over that shit. It's a wonder somebody didn't slip and fall. I remember that was my first experience with CB radios. A certain relative had radios. We'd get up on the bluff with a walkie-talkie, and that was way cool to communicate with the whole city of Sulphur. Even then, there were some CB operators out there. And those little quarter-mile range radios, as you know, up on a high spot would get out a greater distance, and they'd get out further anyway, going back to the base radios.
enforcement employees. Admit your guilt, admit your guilt. Yeah, make the call, make the call. Yeah, make the call, make the call.
And that was what sparked my interest, and the rest is history.
PW members, Congress, hurry, assassinate these pussies.
Down there, I guess you've been down there. Remember they had the various types of natural spring water over there at that certain pavilion. They had, I think, bromide water, sulfur water, and other water that you could drink. I think some of those springs have actually gone dry now. Yeah, that sulfur water, it stunk. Smelled like rotten eggs, didn't it?
You got any anti-corrosion plans?
And then, of course, we'd go swimming and get in that pretty clear water over there, that good-sized creek. The water was pretty cold, but that didn't stop us. And, of course, like I mentioned, you get stuff like a tick with all the delicious food.
Assassinations of the President, Congress, law enforcement employees. Soldier Channel 19, you're witnessing the guilt of a convicted warfare sex offender. Following the assassinations of President, Congress, law enforcement employees.
Coax 282.
Assembling the assassinations of the President, Congress, law enforcement employees. Team BW is tuning the assassination of President.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that park, even though they changed the name of it, otherwise it probably looks just about the same as it did years ago.
Oh, yeah.
Guilty, 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 guilty. Share that guilt. You are exposing the assassination of President Congress. Law enforcement employees.
I'm not sure which one of the springs went dry. If it was that damn sulfur water, I bet they had a party because of that.
Team BW guilty. Tuning the assassinations of President Congress. 282.
Qué bueno está este cobre ahorita.
That's all he's talking about is assassinations.
That's in Chicago Rouge.
Buenas tardes, Ramírez, el amigo negro. Hola, 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 hola. Buenas tardes.
Go even ahead one more time, Jake, around the lakes if you're out there sandbagging.
1, 2, 3.
Everybody's ready for the robots to start driving semi-trucks through here starting next month, I guess.
Can't be no worse than what we got now.
I know you're right.
Don't cut your neck shots, Robert.
That's in Chicago Ridge, the guy that Roger beat. That's in Chicago Ridge, making all that noise.
Announcing the recruiting of assassins targeting the President, Congress, law enforcement employees.
Shots got loud.
You don't lie. You're not lying. They're recruiting assassins to assassinate President Trump, members of Congress, law enforcement employees.
Another day, another assassination plot. We're well aware that the Death Row Chomo show is in progress.
This guy's shit between his ears. He's a convicted child molester.
Mercy. Sound like you're jumping up and down, trying to attract attention from the Secret Service and guys like that. I wouldn't do that.
Beyond the air level. Walking on the seaside.
Just another day, another series of shrill declarations.
127 Michigan, wave a hand, brother.
Local convicted welfare sex offender.
Waving back.
Congress members, law enforcement employees. Michael J. Antonacci, 66. Declaring war on the United States, recruiting assassins.
That guy's always talking doom and gloom.
No doubt about it. That's what he does.
So GVW has organized. Yes, sir.
Sounds like a sonar. Almost sounds like a sonar.
Your destination by President Trump, Congress, United States law enforcement.
You see that where Carl Bush died?
Is Congress violently invading his home, killing him. The only way he'll shut the fuck up.
Yeah, up around Huron Mountain.
Grown adults are assembling state or on their liberties. United States enemies are assembling state of war, declaring war on themselves, and we're going to teach the public people how to declare war on themselves. Okay, that's good to know. The dumbasses are the predators of war like yourself. Predators of war. You have declared war on your life. You have declared full-blown fucking war on your life. United States enemies, you declared war on your life. All death threats are against you from Donald Trump, President of the United States, members of Congress, law enforcement employees. You say the same shit over. You repeat, assembling, separation. You have the right to assemble, declared war on your civil liberty. Rights infrastructure. What part of declaring war on your human rights infrastructure is your protected rights? Declaring your Constitution rights is protected. Putting yourself into a state of... Putting yourself into a state of war is a constitutional right, is a human right, is a civil liberty right, is
Might makes right.
Assemble declarations of war. Declaring war on your constitutional right to live. Your constitutional right declaring war on your constitutional right to live. Leave it off. War on your constitutional right to live is a protected civil liberty.
It's another fine day for another shrill declaration of war.
Yes, it is. All United States. Yeah, they have a 16-ounce one. They have one. South America. We're going to watch the
10, 15 miles deep. Probably got lava down there.
They move 3 inches per year. You know that, right? Every year, the continents are moving 3 inches per year. How about we move?
Roger, I'm aware of continental drift or whatever, and plates in motion, most people are.
Maybe 100,000. there. Yeah, because, you know, it's always hanging out that the continents are moving 3 inches per year. Oh, yeah, when there's an earthquake, it moves.
And a long time ago, there was only one continent, and they broke up into pieces.
You take a fence line before the earthquake, and make a picture. That fence line after the earthquake. Measure how many feet did that fence line move? How did we move continents 8 feet per strike? We had a little wall, bring them closer together. And destroying the core of the Earth. You know how much pressure it takes to get to the core of the Earth? To destroy the mantle? This is what you want.
Shit.
How about that TV shop? You got a copy?
Bill's been tearing up the wood drills. He's been in the basement here for a minute.
Okay. We're on the blue gill.
What's that?
Is there a limit?
Said he came home with about 40 of them the other night. Took him 2 hours to clean it. Arlington, Indiana on US 52.
How about the TV shop?
Yeah, 244 out having a smoke.
Yeah, what exit are you guys at?
Going on 244.
Shit, kicking back, man. Had another day.
Another day, huh?
Yeah, how about the TV shop? You got a copy? Yeah, where are you located at?
Yeah, the traffic's busy as hell. I don't want to get out. It's so fucking busy.
Yeah, Roger. Yep, just one of those days though, man.
Where are you located at, TV shop?
I don't hear no damn CB shop, boy. Yeah, I don't hear no CB shops out here, man.
No, the only one I know of is I-40 and Council Road, and they don't advertise.
I hear one coming in once in a while, but I'm not so sure it's in Oklahoma, though. Yeah, the one up there here in Oklahoma City don't answer you on the radio and shit like that, no.
Boss Hall, you got your ears on? Come on.
He looked kind of funny with no ears, wasn't he? So what are you doing today? Playing your game?
Absolutely, Roger. Yeah, I've been trying to get a little bit of stuff extra. He said they're going to be attacking in 4 hours, so they're going to attack mass in 4 hours, so I better be ready.
Yeah, 10-4.
make it strong, you go all the fucking cooking peas out of it. The only way you go make it stronger.
HR 405. Race to law enforcement once again. A big kill, Chief.
Got a crappie fisherman out there, come out.
Mike, HR 4057 at Interstate Slotting Hoaxat, falsifying complaints to Michael J. Antonacci. You just did it again. You documented another Interstate Slotting Hoaxat.
It's another wonderful day in paradise.
Yes, it is. Michael J. Antonacci just committed another assassination of his beautiful wife with HR 4057, falsifying complaints. Keep the falsifying complaints rolling. State swatting hoaxat. That's falsifying complaints. No, that's not true. We do drugs. We do drugs. We eat paychecks. We do drugs. We drink oil. We do drugs. Mixed with transmission fluid. Why, you've never drank oil with Latrice? We do drugs. We eat paychecks. We eat rusticles.
Yeah, something we eat each other, come on. Yeah, we'll eat human flesh, come on.
Any more false complaints today?
We're cannibals, we're meat eaters, we're cannibals. check, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Working audio check. You're welcome.
You what?
Said you're welcome.
Do you ever think about that?
Yeah.
Well, what I gotta do is switch this thing. I go that jump in, but then I put that in.
Yeah, USB is upper sideband. LSB is lower sideband.
Okay, I'm going to another lower sideband on my frequency radio.
Okay, can you find your way to 27505?
27505, you said?
And 4. Just go to 27505 first.
Okay, I'll go to 27 and then that's 27505.
No. The frequency number on your radio should say 27505.
Okay. And John, switch by switch from AM to FM.